Welcome to the show. How's everybody tonight?
Good.
Good.
What's going on?
Everybody's good. Had a productive week.
How you doing, everybody?
Good. I saw you were streaming videos this week. Um, is that you, Benefactor?
I had a couple of clips that I clipped from Nathan and I's podcast for Gerald. I plan on clipping, the best moments from, all of our shows and making like a little mini series out of it.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I thought you were streaming some live experiment.
No, I will be. Actually, I'm setting up right now, so my audience can get a little peek of, my setup. I'm not getting any viewers right now, so maybe that'll spark somebody's interest.
Okay.
Yep. Just to let everybody know, live chat is open. So if you want to chit chat on our live stream, you can ask questions to our inventors. I guess we'll just go through our panel. Ben, what have you been working on this week?
This week I'm getting ready to get my coil back up because the reference circuit motor disconnected one of the leads, so I gotta get that back up so Monday we can show off the coil in its full glory for and be ready for our guest.
Awesome. Nathan, what have you been up to this week?
Winding 2 Tesla coils right now. So
Right on.
I'm building one that looks like a thing you would find in ancient Egypt. So I had to restructure it in CAD program and everything else. So you
Right.
can't tell it's a Tesla coil. It just looks like kind of like a lamp, and it turns on and it goes out 3 or 4 feet. So if you're walking by
Right.
with a light bulb, it'll just start turning on.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
So
Awesome. Philip, any updates on your projects?
actually, I've been working on my software C++ superset. I updated it, and it's pretty powerful. And I'm trying to
Oh yeah,
promote
I
it.
seen that post. Yeah, I seen that post you had on WhatsApp. I
Yeah,
seen
yeah.
that.
So it's pretty powerful, and I keep updating it. And I had a talk with DDN. DDN is some big tech linked with
Right.
NVDA.
Oh,
They're
nice.
they're looking at the memory manager and stuff like that. So because they're the hard drive are using a garbage collector, and that's what I'm replacing. And my memory manager replaces the garbage collectors, and
Right.
with SSD drive these days, they all use garbage collector, and I'm saying that I can speed that up,
Hmm.
so to make it
That's cool.
predictable. Yeah,
Right.
so they're looking into that right now, but I mean, I had my 5 minutes of fame, so that's what I was looking for, you know. I had my 5 minutes of fame with some big tech, so
Yeah, that's
I
good.
was looking for
That's
that for
awesome.
yeah.
Right on.
And
Cool.
my experiment is being prepared. The gallium vortex, the
Right.
magnetohydrodynamics vortex
Right.
of gallium is getting prepared this week. I was
Wow.
supposed to have initial result today, actually, but they're missing a piece, so that's going to be next week.
Right.
So next week is going to be very interesting. So stay tuned for next week. I'm going to have the results of my experiment in a professional lab.
Oh,
Right.
I'll
Very
be
cool.
there. I'm excited. I'll be there with my popcorn, Phil.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Are you gonna present that on APEC or you're just gonna do it here?
Well, I'll do it here first. APEC, it's
Right.
an open lab, I think, on the day after. So
Oh, okay.
I'll do it here. See if Tim is here, then I'm not gonna do it on APEC, but we'll see. But I'm looking for investors. Obviously, once I
Yeah.
know it works, so I'm looking for investors. So obviously, I'm gonna broadcast it everywhere I can. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty much official next week. That I'm not delusional or anything like that. So
Yeah. That's good. Lulu, what's happening with you? You're back home now, right?
Yes, I'm back home. I've been trying to retrieve data, like old videos, things from old devices, trying conversions between Android and Apple, which is possible to do. For some reason,
Mhm.
they don't like each other. Let's just put it that
Yeah,
way. you know,
yeah. Well, the Apple's always been like a proprietary software. I found, trying to integrate Apple and Android, it's like crap. Like it's almost next to impossible
you have to do
because,
formats to be able to transfer that.
yeah,
You need
it's
like
not easy.
So some people say that Apple is crap or Microsoft is crap or whatever, and they're kind of extremists. But Microsoft is good for games and 3D rendering. The Mac is good for multimedia and connecting using a VPN on a Linux server. And
Yeah,
a Linux server is good for all the development and everything else, like when web hosting and things like that. So you can't say that well, Apple is crap or Microsoft is crap. They're all good. They're all good in their respective area. So if you
yeah.
need to play games, obviously you're not gonna use Linux.
trying to
Yeah, they all have their place.
like transfer
Yeah, exactly.
like Android to Apple device is almost impossible. It needs a medium in between. Maybe
Yeah,
like
proprietary BS has got to go. But yeah, I agree.
yeah. I mean, it's like simple tasks. Talking about games, or we're not talking about like huge, data files or anything like that. Just short, a small thing. It still won't. It doesn't even recognize the existence of the device, even though it's connected through Wi-Fi. It's next to each other. It still does not recognize. So I got to figure out a different way of doing.
So is it the Android that cannot connect or
Yeah,
the
yep, it's
okay?
an old Gorilla phone
Um,
that not like the some reason.
Back to the old USB stick.
But yeah, right can is the drive. It, it
but there's Bluetooth and the
yeah
Wi-Fi.
not seem to recognize that, like it cannot find the Bluetooth devices in the
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Get the latest Bluetooth device because they keep updating the Bluetooth firmware, and the old Bluetooth, you can't update the firmware on it. You have to buy a new Bluetooth device. You have to like look at the year the Bluetooth code came out or whatever. Like this year, they came out with a new Bluetooth code. I had to throw out my old headphones.
is it like the trust certificate expired for that like Bluetooth
No,
code?
no, the old Bluetooth still works. It just has compatibility issues when you plug in more than one Bluetooth device, and they start knocking each other off the networks and causing all kinds of problems.
Maybe
And
that
then you got to. I'm talking about your Bluetooth transmitter, the one that connects your computer to all your devices. That's the thing you got to get the latest year model or whatever.
So
Yeah.
can you pull all your videos off on a card, or just put them on the computer and then go over to some site and convert?
No, I don't. If you want to use the site, but they'll have all your photos and stuff.
you that because then they can track it back from the ID of the like the file name, and they could go into whatever device and delete it off of there. Because I had already transferred it a while back to an Apple device, but it's nowhere to be found. Somebody hacked their way in and deleted it. This is the only safest device that I have now with the videos on it. Other like anything I try to integrate it or create a file and send it's being deleted. But this one,
So
yeah, this one doesn't have a network on it yet. The only network that's on it is the my network. But if I connect it to the carrier, like if I take the chip out of my cell phone and put it back in this one, they'll delete it. The second that it hits a carrier signal, it's gone.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I was just wondering, like, usually I download everything to my computer, and then if I have to put it over to an Apple, I just use the conversion software to do it in my
yeah.
computer, not on my phone. So it goes a lot faster.
Is the
Yeah.
conversion software like stationary to your like on your computer? Have to go through the web to a server for it to work, like
You
external.
know, to be honest with you, it might be something like that. It's like a in your browser kind of thing.
then they have access to it. This
Yeah.
But
It's like,
the Wi-Fi works on your Android. The Wi-Fi works.
on my it says low connectivity.
Okay, but you can browse the internet using the Wi-Fi.
I don't know. Let me try it.
So 5.4 is the latest Bluetooth
Okay, let's
version.
try YouTube. Let's see YouTube. Let's see if it logs. No.
How about your hub for the house for your internet? Is that fairly new or is that an
Yeah,
older hub?
yeah, that's very the Xfinity, and they sent me the device less than maybe a month ago. So
Okay, so it's the latest.
yeah,
I just find when it comes down to reliability and being able to jumble files between old phones and PCs, I just find the Android just is way better than the Apple for some reason.
You
Like
might try
Linux is even better.
replacing the wireless location for make sure it's not sitting somewhere near like an electrical panel or something, or a light bulb that's really bright.
no,
That EMF will screw up the signal.
no, I have it in the game room, but it's nothing. It's not close to anything. It's just
But on the Android, there's an
Is
application
there?
called the ES File Browser. You can create a little server and you can connect your computer to the little server to transfer files back and forth to and from the
what is it called?
iPhone to your computer. It's a ES File Explorer, but that's for the iPhone. But they probably have it for the Android as well.
I'll look into that.
Is it just an app or?
Yeah, it's an app. It creates a little server, so you can
Oh,
connect like 192.168 dot
right,
whatever the address is,
right.
and
Yeah,
you transfer files from the computer back and forth.
Yeah, I'll have to look.
The only problem I
yeah.
ever had with Wi-Fi is I had a breaker panel in the way of where I was. It was like in the line of sight, and it was blocking the signal to get into a
Yeah,
certain area.
yeah, that'll
Right.
do that. You get
Oh,
the
that's
60
pretty
hertz
cool.
revive.
I see benefactor what you're doing. The other guy was doing it also on
Who,
what's
Ken
his
Wheeler?
name?
Ken Wheeler?
In Wheeler, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You can make the Faro cell. Actually, that's one thing I want to build is a Faro cell, and you could actually it helps you map out magnetic fields. Oh, I just want to show everybody really quick before I forget. This is the power cell that I'm working on. So you can kind of get an idea. I can't talk about what's on the inside, but this is a 4x4 panel, very high grade graphite panels.
Okay, so
And
you have
this
your
is,
graphite only.
yeah, I got samples right now, but the problem is a lot of to source out a lot of this stuff is military grade.
Yeah,
To the general public, stuff like this is almost next to impossible to get for like a decent price. So I'm trying to figure out a way of fabricating my own plates. So I'm getting close to doing some tests on that. And if I can get past that barrier, making the cells is easy. It's the plates. They're so hard to get, right?
okay,
And most of the ones that are on the consumer market are this big. So
um,
that's not going to work,
yeah,
right? I want to make 12 by 12 plates. The bigger surface area that you have for these power cells, the more current you can create.
yeah.
Also, with my small ones, I was getting over 2 amps. Um, my partner that I'm working on the project with, he used a 13 by 13 sheet, and he got over 17 amps coming out of it. So that's a huge amount of power.
Okay,
So yeah, that's the big hurdle I'm working with right now. Just if I can fabricate my own plates, I have a couple of really cool ideas that I could actually make any size I want for like pennies on the dollar compared to buying it, military grade graphite. Yeah.
Mikey, go sit down.
Oh, I forgot to add, Mike, what have you been working on this week?
Just ideas, brainstorming, and I have a good one for a relay um, that turns off the electromagnet as soon as it turns on, and repeats that over and over again. So I want to use 2 coils that have about 500 or more ohms on them. So I use no current, and I want to put like 40 volts through it and pulse the 2 coils with this relay, up and down kind of relay. With it triggers 2 power sources onto 2 loads, back and forth. It's a relay. And I'm gonna just probably start with that relay, and then I'm gonna look for some pre-made coils that are already like 500 or more ohms on them to test out a high frequency switching on these 2 coils between them, back and forth. I want to do high frequency without burning out the transistor, so that's why I'm going with a high impedance coil, just to, lose the amps.
Very cool.
So,
And so
what's
the switching will be mechanical, not transistors. So
yeah,
high
I've been doing a lot of studying on the N and P channel MOSFETs, what they're actually using in those chips. They're using silicon carbide. So I've been studying silicon carbide, which is one of the components that I'm using in the power cells. So you might want to look up on that too, Mike. That might actually help you out with some of your stuff.
For the contacts?
Just as the semiconductor, but they use them in the N channel and P channel MOSFETs. That's what.
No, I'm going with this relay mechanical switch. I'm not using a transistor on this guy because it's not needed, because there's
Well,
not
I'm
going to be
thinking. Yeah,
I can't do it with transistors. It's too difficult. You need 4 of them and a bunch of circuitry, and I could just make the relay, and it's just easier with the relay.
Now, also too, they're very good for. Apparently, they use them in diodes as well.
Yeah.
For gating.
I mean, the transistors, I'll use that for other thing, but I want to do the relay because I can't blow it. It'll never blow out, and it's going to be getting high frequency spikes across it. I'm a little bit worried about doing all this work with the 4 transistors and all the wiring of all that, getting it working, and then it just keeps blowing out on me. If I do the relay to do the function of what the transistors will do, there's no risk of burning out the relay. And I could push it, I could push the frequency and the voltage without worrying about burning out parts and having to rebuild it all over and over again,
Right.
It's just, the transistors, I'm going to only use those for things that I'm sure are set. The circuit's set, it's not going to be changed, and it's not going to burn out. And then I'll go with a transistor for that, But for an experiment, I think the relay is more reliable for me.
Yeah.
To
that's
experiment with.
Even in my pulse motors, the relay has been far surpasses the reliability.
You can push them.
That's right. Where, like, I've blown so many circuits, and the second I hook up my relay to it, all my problems disappear.
Right. The things that people don't know is that your transistor will go bad and keep working, and you'll think everything's fine, and you're having a little bit of a problem, and you can't understand why it's not quite performing like it was, because the transistor is slightly damaged, and you just don't realize it.
Yeah, exactly.
You won't get that with a mechanical switch.
That's right. Yeah, I've put my switches through hell and back, and they keep chugging along. As long as that carbon, no, it's true. As long as I keep that carbon contact point, if that stays healthy,
right,
you just clean it up, and you're back to on the way again, and you can run it. That's why I live by these little relay switches. They're great.
I
they're
figure
very
if
cheap,
once you
too.
get your thing figured out with the relay and you're comfortable with your voltage and your current and all that, then put the transistor in its place.
Yeah,
Save
yeah,
yourself a headache of not knowing what's going on because one of your transistors is slightly damaged.
yeah,
Once that happens, you can't. The experiment's over. You got to change the transistor.
yeah. And I've blown enough up to, yeah. Like I've actually dead shorted my relay on a couple of occasions, and to the point where I actually almost had to pry it open with a screwdriver, and then I just let it cool down, and boom, fire it right back up. She goes right back on again. She just keeps
It'll
going.
do that, but it's still slightly damaged. You just don't know.
Yeah, yeah, there is thermal damage after that point, but with my
Yeah, and you can
relay,
put the oscilloscope on there and zoom in real good, and you may see it, in the signal or something.
yeah, yeah,
What is Ben
just when
doing?
I don't know.
He gave us a thumbs up. I don't know if he's trying to start this thing up or what. I just see it. I see his butt come across the screen every once in a while, and then
That's right.
I see a coil, and I'm like, okay, what are we doing?
Oh, the thumbs up, it means it's just set up. That's all. I got it angled
okay.
properly.
You got it set up.
He's
Okay.
Well, at least he's got his lab coat on, so we're not getting like full.
Oh yeah.
We're not
Always.
we're not getting full butt in the screen.
Yeah, that prevents the butt crack syndrome or whatever.
Wow. Oh.
Yeah.
Or what is
You
it?
never know what happens on this show.
Yeah. No kidding. Hey Ben, did you ever get anything like an oscilloscope or a cheap little one or anything like that?
Not yet, but I can hook it up to the laptop, can I?
I got a couple small ones
Should
that
be
I
able to
got
hook it
on
up to the
Amazon.
laptop.
I usually use those if I'm doing an experiment and I don't know if it's going to blow the snot out of it. So I used the little cheap $60 ones.
Yeah, there
But
you
I
go.
have a really, I have a
But
really nice one though.
All I would need to hook it up to the laptop is an audio cable, right? With a left and a right channel?
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
talking about different things altogether right now. We're on the other side where the oscilloscope tells you what you're doing and everything else. It shows you everything. You're talking about the going into signal.
Oh,
We're
you're talking about the output. Okay.
No, not necessarily the output, but like a sitting next to it kind of thing and reading everything that's coming out of it. Like, for instance,
Actually,
when I set mine up, there's just a little wire sitting there, and you connect your little probe to it, and it'll tell you everything on your oscilloscope of what's going on next to your device.
yeah, actually, the oscilloscope I have, I just put the probe like next to it, and it picks it up. I don't even have to physically attach it to a wire. It actually picks up the field, I guess, coming off the machine. I just put the probes right next to it. I don't even, half the time I don't even have to connect it. It's picking it up.
That happens. I mean,
the only
you got enough power, coming through it.
Well, yeah, especially with the transducer. Oh yeah, it picks it up like no problem.
Maybe that's what it is. The transducer. It's
it's picking up that signal. Yeah, it's high frequency, right? So it's picking it up. Even with my voice, if I'm close enough to that probe, it actually starts picking up my voice. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's nice. If I get a second later, I'll show you.
Well, you got to keep in mind, attached to that probe is an inductor sensor, a coil sensing the tiniest vibrations hitting the metal on the tip of that probe.
Yeah,
you don't necessarily. Right. I mean, aerial vibrations too.
Yeah, it picks it up.
I've seen a guy hook a speaker to it, and it was able to pick it up like a microphone.
Sure. Yeah. Essentially, that's what it is. It's you get the vibration, and that goes through a coil and a magnet. It produces electrical currents.
You're talking about the oscilloscope, right?
Yeah. No, I'm talking about just a speaker. The speaker could actually create a signal for you. since
No, I
that
mean
diaphragm
earlier
stays
you
put
guys were
together.
talking about the oscilloscope, right?
Yeah, no, but it's kind of related to it because there's a coil, like you said, inside the probe, right? So it doesn't actually physically have to be attached, just in the proximity of the device. It's going to pick it up.
Yeah. Well, I'd seen a guy
Yeah.
take the little speaker and he connected it directly to his oscilloscope probe, and he struck a tuning fork, and it showed up all over his oscilloscope exactly the correct frequency.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
I
the
got it.
speaker is a coil with two ends of that coil are attached to the diaphragm of that speaker.
Yeah.
That's right.
Transmits the vibrations. It's the most basic advice. The most basic device that people do not grasp, and I include myself in that. Until not far recent from today, but yeah, it's just a coil attached to a paper diaphragm. There's
Yeah.
nothing complicated about it. Like the can thing with the rope. It's pretty
Exactly.
much the same
Yep.
thing, just a little bit more well put together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's using Faraday's law, right? You vibrate or move a magnet in a coil, you generate electricity, right?
Yeah.
So
The coil just transmitting the vibrations everywhere you look. They're just
Yeah.
using it for
It's-
that.
it's it's doing the from the physical vibration into electrical conversion.
Right.
That
Your
creates,
your
right?
chips or whatever translate that data for you.
That's right. But the oscilloscope picks that all up. I love the oscilloscope. It's handy for so many things.
Yeah.
They translate the voltage differences in the coil. And
Yeah, I think my probe is it goes times 1 times 10 times 100, I believe.
that's
So you
that's
can adjust.
the
You can,
that's the best you can get right there. They don't have. I don't think there is
Yeah.
a 200. Is there? No.
no, I've never seen a 200. I know it goes to 100.
Right.
So it's a little switch on the probe itself. You can flip it, depending on how much power you're putting
It's
into
been so
it.
long since I actually worked with a full scale scope. I have
Yeah, I gotta
worked with the
really.
little handheld ones. I think they only do times 10.
Yeah, mine goes up to 100, I believe, times.
That's what I
Times
have on
100,
mine.
right? Yeah. So the handheld ones only do times 10. If you want times 100, I think it looks like you got to get the
You need the full size one, yeah.
full scale one. Yeah.
Yeah.
But times 10 is what you use for just about everything, isn't it?
Oh, you could use time 10 too. Just get the calculator and multiply that times 100, and you can figure
Yeah,
out.
I got the latest Handtech oscilloscope. It's a 2-channel. It also has signal generator built in it, full mapping and recording capabilities in it. Beautiful digital screen. It's nice, like for a modern. And actually, one of my Patreons bought it for me. It's a $300 machine.
Wow.
So he actually bought it for me and sent it to me via
Huh.
UPS. I was like, holy cow, this is beautiful. I was like,
Yeah. I
Thank
got
you.
the cheaper version of that, of the Handtech. I just got the $250 version.
Is that the
So,
brand Handtech?
yeah.
Handtech, yeah.
Is
Yeah,
that
I
like
have
the brand you guys
mine's-
prefer, or?
Well, it was just the one he gave me, so I didn't really have a choice in the matter. But I'll accept any things somebody sends me out of their kindness, right? Mine's the DSO model,
Nice.
Intech DSO 6053 or something. I've got it in my back room there.
Yeah, I would have saved a lot of money on a signal generator just having it integrated.
We
Yeah,
got an
it's-
incoming
mine's built in
message
it.
from Crypto, if you want me to read it.
Oh, okay.
He said, real quick, I'm putting together a real science free Energy Friday stream after this if you want to join in.
I'm in.
Yeah, he was planning on being part of Mike's account, but only 6 people. Yeah. I
Yeah,
know
that's
the
where
limitations.
I'm limited. So if you guys after here want to jump over to Bernie's and do a show with him,
Yeah, well, I'll raid his
mind.
stream, and then we'll just continue it as one long stream.
yeah.
Is it Bernie or
I-
Alien the Jeremy?
No, it's Bernie. But he
Bernie,
sent me a message, but I already had 6 people on, and it's like, oh man, I can't even add him. Like I just sent him a link late. I totally forgot. My apologies, but yeah. So yeah, after I shut down at 11, then you guys can. I might even jump on there too for a little bit and carry on Bernie's channel. I find I like with 6 people, I find we get more of a thorough conversation. I don't mind the big platform, but the big platform, it gets really hard to actually make comments or make your points. It's jumping around too much. But regardless, you have to I'll go on. Yeah. So
Speaking of scopes,
what do
Mike,
we-
I wanted to mention something. I have an old school scope from the 50s. I'm pretty sure it works. I'm going to bring that out on the camera and show you guys when I get access to it again. It's at another location.
That'd be
Oh,
cool.
okay.
It has
they're
a
out
built-in
there.
transmitter also. It was for, I think it's a thing that the Army used to transmit.
Yeah, the Army. Oh, was it actually a transmitter or a oscilloscope?
Yeah. On the back of it, it has an attachment for an antenna to transmit, and an input for your microphone. It also has, it's a oscilloscope and a radio transmitter built in one.
That's
Signal.
cool.
Wow.
Old
Just
school.
like the one you just got, the new model, Hand Tech or whatever, signal generator built in.
Yeah, mine's built in it. Yep.
That means yours can also transmit a radio station if you wanted to. I don't know how many amps you got behind that, but
yeah, offhand I don't know. I'll have to look it up.
yeah, find out the amps and you know how far you can transmit. Probably within the FCC regulations.
Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah, I get the FCC at my front doorstep.
No, I mean, if your amps are low enough, you're within the code. You don't have to worry about it. You don't. I think you can go like 5 miles.
You see that little truck rolling by the street?
Yeah, I'll have that guy in a black van with an antenna on it looking for
right.
somebody.
Yeah, scanning for where's this frequency coming from.
It's only if you're on another frequency that's already reserved from, And
if you're overstepping somebody else
within your range, that is.
Oh, it doesn't matter. You hijack any radio frequency, that's federal offense.
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to do that unless the station is close by you. Your transmitter only has like 2 amps. It's not going to reach.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. As soon as you hijack one of the owned radio frequencies, that's violation of FCC code. I don't know how strict it is in the U.S. I know in Canada, they'll throw you in the brig.
It's pretty strict here too. Yeah.
You mean you can't use the radio station code anywhere if you're not? Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right about that. Yeah,
oh no. You do that in the UK.
But you can use another frequency that's not registered, as long as you don't go over 10 miles. I think something like that.
Maybe. I don't know exactly.
I think you
what
have
the
to have a
Canadian
license
code says.
because I know somebody who got in trouble for broadcasting their own radio station locally.
Yeah, that's called
must have
pirate
gone
radio.
over 10 miles. Their transmitter had more than 10-mile range.
Old school UHF or something.
Something.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s.
That's called pirate radio, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had
that's
the
the way to
truck
go,
coming
man.
down the street with the scanning for the signals. They came to his door. They're like, "Do you know anybody broadcasting a frequency?" He's like, "Nope."
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what you're talking about.
AM, there's no FCC with AM. I don't think. Is there?
Oh yeah, in Canada there is. Yeah. Oh yeah.
For AM.
Any kind of. See, the government doesn't want people to have CB radio. Okay, CB radio is really starting to fade out, especially here in Canada. They don't want CB radio because the FCC cannot regulate it.
Yeah, I like
it's
CB.
An open band. CB is the way to go. Like even now, they're attacking ham radio operators in Canada.
Yeah.
They don't
buy a transmitter now while you still can.
Yeah, well, that's it, right? Because like ham radio, you still have to have a license. But in Canada, I know they want to ban it. They don't want it here because the fact that you could broadcast over the airwaves. Anybody who has a shortwave radio can pick you up.
Right.
right? Like I remember back in the day, my father bought me once for Christmas. It was a regular AM/FM radio, but it also had shortwave, and I could get stations in Germany and England and Switzerland, all
Are
over the
all the
planet, all
are
over,
all
right?
are all the bands regulated? Every one of them?
Yeah, they're licensed in your jurisdiction. Yeah, you have to go under their FCC code, and
I
it's
mean,
What about
even
also
those?
shortwave.
What about the truckers radios?
well, that's what we were saying about the CB radio. They want to get rid of that because they can't control it. There's no way to actually control CB.
They don't want us communicating openly in any way.
That's
I
right.
mean,
They
it's an
want
open
it.
source communication platform, CB. There's
It's
no
it,
encryption
it's
on it.
called it's called transmitting tyranny is what it is. They want full control over the airwaves. That's
Yeah,
tyranny.
it's no
You
different
know,
than the Nazi days with Hitler and his what's
Well,
the guy,
there's
the
actually
propaganda guy, what's his name, Sterling or whatever.
right. There's a good movie. I'm not sure if it's on Netflix or on Prime. The movie's called Pirate Radio.
Sterling. There
It's
you
about
go.
these. It's about these group of guys that lived in Britain back in the '60s when rock music was illegal to be broadcasted in Britain. So what they did was they got a boat and actually built an FM transmitter on the boat and started broadcasting rock and roll from the ocean. So it's
Right.
no, it's a true story. You got to
Is
watch
that
it.
where the
It's called
casinos got
Pirate
the idea?
Radio. What's the casino have to do with it?
You know, down here in Florida, casinos used to be illegal, so they would go out on the boat to gamble. Now that's
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. So back in the '50s and early '60s, when rock and roll was illegal to be broadcasted on British radio, these guys got a ship together, put the FM or AM transmitter on the boat, and start broadcasting from the sea because they're out of the country technically at 200 nautical miles. So they started doing this, and the British government eventually shut them down, but they got away with it for a while there. It was a good story. You should actually try to find it. It was called Pirate Radio.
Well, when there's a boat, there's a way.
yeah.
Yeah. But that's the thing with CB radio. Like, if I had the chance now, I would actually buy a CB radio for the fact that you could actually broadcast it. It doesn't fall really under any FCC laws. I don't know how it is in the US, but I know here they have no way to control it. There is no control over CB.
But if they find you use reserve frequencies, they might.
Well,
do
you just
something.
don't broadcast. You just don't broadcast your name. Yeah, my name is so and so. I live at this address.
right. That's the only
Why-
way they can locate
Yeah.
you
Why-
with AM and
why-
shortwave. But if you're using FM, they can triangulate you.
Yeah, they can
Sure.
triangle it.
I have a question. Why
Yeah.
didn't you just apply for a license? I applied once. They gave it to me. I have the certificate for owning a radio signal.
Yeah, it
What
depends
channel?
where you live.
I live in Houston, so they gave it to me. I applied for it. I waited for a few days, and then they sent me like the certificate of ownership for it. It wasn't that difficult.
Is it free?
Yeah, you just apply for it and you put your real information, and they send it to you. I don't know if it's expired now, but yeah, if I had it before.
Was it FM? Do you remember what it was? FM, AM?
I don't know. I didn't know how
Probably
to.
FM.
I just followed the link and I through the website and I put my information. I followed and they sent they sent me the email.
Texas is liberal though.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, but I mean, it
I
wasn't.
think if they were to control the media and information, Texas would be the last place to go down in that regard.
Man,
Because
here,
it's the most liberal
yeah,
place on earth when it comes to. I mean, look at Alex Jones. You know, he's out of Texas. And,
Like,
you know, all the most
But
liberal media is out of
Houston.
Texas.
here,
I,
open
I
state,
heard
you can own
I
weapons.
heard Houston is different from other places in Texas. Like San. Well, what's the name? Sound something. But
Texas is
Houston is very liberal, but the other places are more open.
Guys, I'm just
With the,
guys,
you
I'm
know,
just gonna
with rights and stuff. You know, like what do you call it?
I'm just
United
gonna
States rights. You know, the constitutional stuff. That's what they're liberal with. in Texas.
I'm just gonna scoot out for a cigarette. I'll be right back.
Okay.
But if you get caught, with illegal drugs, that's not what they're cool with. They're when it comes to like constitutional rights in Texas, that's the thing that they are pretty strong on that, more than anywhere else in the country. But I
The
wouldn't say
state,
that you could go around, with a marijuana joint and
listen,
get away
no,
with it.
no, they're bought out. The police are bought out. I've seen it with my own eyes. They protect certain places where they run the business. You see cops there. The delivery needs to happen. They escort that person to wherever that they're all bought out. They're all crooked, all of
I
them.
don't even know if Texas has medical marijuana yet, do they?
It's like you could see, like in Harris County, you could buy, you're allowed to have marijuana with you, like I think less than maybe a gram or two or something like that.
You
Yeah.
have to have a license for it.
Nope, no license.
Oh, then they're more liberal than Florida. Looks like Florida's more strict.
Yeah, but you go to Montgomery County, it's not allowed. You have to buy the stuff from the store if you want it, like that. I don't know what it's called, but the
The
other.
dispensary.
Yeah.
Yeah, dispensary. They're all over California. There's signs everywhere for this stuff.
Yeah.
What is that? The dispensary?
Yeah, they legalized marijuana in the United States recently, and
called Delta
to some degree.
Yeah, but in the United States, if you get arrested by a federal cop, it's still illegal.
Yep.
That's
so
true.
The laws they overlap, and if a Canadian, it's still illegal at the federal level. So if I smoke weed all the time,
Not
and
if
try
you
to
have a
get the
license.
paper,
Not if you have a medical license.
yeah, but if I don't, if I smoke weed all the time and I try to cross the border, I'll be stopped because the border is
Yeah, Europe doesn't have, or you're in Canada, right? Sorry.
yeah.
I don't know if Canada has medical marijuana or not. I don't
Yeah,
know.
we do, but if it's not medical, then you're screwed. You can't cross the border.
Right. Yeah, you got to have your
Now,
license.
I wouldn't bring pot to the border ever.
Man,
You wouldn't need to with a
Yeah,
license.
no chance
you
of
can get it
that.
on the other side.
dude,
with your
Yeah,
license.
you just
with me on a plane, nobody said anything. I put it in little capsule pills, like the ones that are you like you take apart, you throw out the stuff from there, you put it in the middle, and you capsulate them back, and you put them to look like vitamins. Nobody said anything,
that's just too much work.
but I did it. It worked.
Yeah.
Okay, but that was many years ago, many years ago. So it could be, security could have been much more lenient then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Now
here they don't care here, right?
I stopped doing all that stuff. And it was
But,
kids.
but I'm wondering how could Snoop Dogg was able to get out of the United States to the Olympics.
He has his own jet. He's got his own plane. That's how.
Yeah, but he can't get out of the United States with all the weed that he.
Yeah, he can. He's
consumed.
got his own plane.
No, you can't. 'Cause as soon as you get there, if they want to search the plane, you get arrested because you're subject to the laws of where you went.
Yeah.
These guys are so rich to the point they could buy anybody off.
You gotta hide it and then not let the dogs smell it. The whole process there, and that stuff stinks like crazy nowadays. Because at least here they don't care, so it smells like high heaven everywhere.
Real quick, I gotta leave in a few minutes to drop my girlfriend off.
If you put tomato juice
All right,
on,
Ben.
you disable the dog's scent. Like they can't smell it once you rub it with tomato juice. They can't smell it afterwards.
Huh.
Yeah.
So. Kind of like the skunk smell, huh? You just put the tomato sauce all over.
Yeah, it's the same idea. Tomato juice kills a lot of these scents. Like they can't even smell anymore.
So funny. Yeah, I once had a trip one time. Yeah, I smoked a lot of pot, and then I got in my truck and I was driving, and I just had to stop. It felt like I was in warp speed. The lights were coming by me. It was like a 70s disco or something, man. It was like, wow. And I'm like, dude, I just got to pull over. I just can't do it. Like, I'm going like 2 miles an hour probably on this street. And I'm going, it's just not working, man. I just got to stop. So I pulled over, and, man, I just waited until it went away enough where I could drive again. It was bad. I should have never been there.
That's a
Good old-
great story.
Good old-
I was
That was-
Captain Kirk for a while, man. I was going warp speed.
I stopped all that stuff.
Nathan's gonna light up when he gets his UFO running.
Yeah,
But
that's
I'll
all
tell-
I need, man. I have a UFO in the front yard and a cop, and I'm smoking weed.
I'll
You want some, pal?
for real.
Yeah, he's like.
I don't think the
Oh.
cop's gonna see the weed.
If anything, UFOs are attracted to this stuff. They really are. Like if you know, I don't know if some when a person's high, they see them better because it alters the frequency. Because in our natural state we see the regular spectrum, but when we alter our state a bit, we see
You
a
can
different
unfilter
spectrum.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, we see a different spectrum. So I believe that they, make it illegal because they do not want us to see that spectrum. And when we they call people druggies, or they call them they say they have mental issues or this, until you catch it on a real video, and then nobody could say otherwise. Like, it's on a video, so it's not something that anybody imagined, or
Well, if you look at the history of cannabis, it has been used by every culture in the history, in documented history, for medicine. The ancients used to call it the omnicure because it was useful for so many ailments.
it cures cancer. Did you know that? It cures cancer.
Some forms, yes. It can treat some forms of cancer. Not all
Yeah.
forms, though.
I mean,
But
that's good enough.
caffeine,
It's good enough for whatever forms it treat.
Right, at least from the scientific research. Maybe there's more forms that we don't know about scientifically, like based on the research, though. It does reduce the size of some tumors.
Quitting sugar cures cancer.
caffeine prevents cancer a lot as well. So just go ahead and drink coffee if you don't want cancer.
Not,
But just look at what your body does with cannabis. It stores it in the fat cells, whereas other substances, it pushes it out right away. It utilizes it for a reason.
promoting smoking or anything. If you smoke, you never have Alzheimer's. Did you know that? You'll never have Alzheimer's. One fact of for smokers, statistics say smokers do not get Alzheimer's. So not promoting it, but just it's a fact.
They
Yeah.
pretty much figure you had too much time and space already, so you don't need it in the elderly life. Is that what it is? You already got enough time built up.
One thing that I found out cures cancer too is plum seed. Apparently, you dry it up, crush it up into small pieces. This guy, he's been on YouTube. He's been on a few podcasts. He had stage 4 cancer. It was basically just riddled all over his body. Said he had about 3 months left to live. Got plum seeds and crushed them up, baked them in the oven, and then you start
This is
putting
not
it in
medical
yogurt
advice.
every morning.
Consult your
But
physician.
yeah, no, but what I'm saying is there are natural methods, and apparently it cured him. A lot of people have jumped on his bandwagon and following him, and there's been numerous accounts that people's cancers have been
I'll
cured
give you
by
my theory on
natural.
I'll give you my perspective on cancer. It's coming from plant toxins. Done. Next.
It's a fungus. It's a fungus. That's what cancer
Well,
is.
fungus breaks down plants, It's a plant toxin. Fungus is part of the breakdown process of plant matter, not animal matter. Fungus does not break down animal matter. No. Plant matter.
Yes, that's interesting because when you get cannabis that is tainted or not grown in a sterile environment, oftentimes it'll give you a headache because it has fungus on it or mold.
It's unfortunate for those who love animals and don't want to eat them, but they are the cleanest source of food on this planet.
I mean,
Be
it's the
well.
chain of life, but if we do it ethically, I don't think there's then an issue there because, we've evolved to eat animals. Animals
the relay,
evolved to
Mike.
eat themselves, other animals.
There's Mike. You got something there you want to show us on the screen?
Yeah, that's the relay I was talking about. The solid state relay uses a magnet, and the electromagnet core, it uses the field that your electromagnet puts off to trigger it, to move it, and do the switching.
So it's got. What are those double lines? Those parallel lines on each side?
The orange two long bars are just contact bars sandwiched in between two magnets, insulated between themselves and the magnets. So you
And
don't,
at the tips.
At the tips, those are just black dots represent contact points.
For like a battery or something.
It's a relay for contacts. So when if you play the video, I explained the whole thing.
Play the video real quick.
About 15 minutes. Let me get back to this. And if you have any questions, ask me. While I'm explaining.
I gotta go drop off my girlfriend, but I'll be back in like 10 minutes. But I'll still be watching.
All right.
So this is a relay. I'm going to point out the parts in here first. I like turn this on. This is a.
Yeah, well, what is the purpose?
The purpose of this relay is to be able to switch two power supplies into two loads in series.
Two separate channels.
It's a double source, double pole throw. Does that make sense? It's throwing two poles, the plus and the minus, on one source. At the bottom, if you look at the bottom to the left where it says in, plus and minus,
right,
and then the bottom right it says out, plus and minus. Well, that's when the magnet gets pulled down, those two bars pull down
together,
on those four contacts, and they send your power from the left to the right. And then the electromagnet will turn on. Okay, that's the default on position right there. So when you plug it in, it's on. And as soon as you plug it in, the electromagnet generates a field and it pushes the magnet up away from the bars at the bottom and disconnects the whatever load you had there, and now connects the next set of bars at the top to the next load. So I thought up this design here to be able to mechanically switch two coils in series, not simultaneously, in series, and to do that, the flyback thing.
What are the expected loads?
Oh, so the relay contacts can be as big as you want them to be to handle, whatever load you want. But I'm not going to be pulling a lot of load on this. I plan on using like a 500 ohm coil or more.
I meant to ask you, what are you doing presently with your Newman motor? Because I know you made one.
Yeah, I got it running, and now I'm just focused on building a better stator pickup coil with more thickness to it and to put out a higher voltage. I was getting 2 volts on the stator coil that I did make for it, but that stator is not thick enough. It's about a little under half an inch too thin for the picking up the magnet that's passing by it, because the magnet that passes by it is like 1 inch thick. So I need like a half-inch thick stator coil to get the full field.
So you have to go to like an 18 gauge wire or even bigger.
No, I'm gonna keep it thin so I can have more turns, like 28 gauge. I'm gonna keep it like that.
Yeah, you'll get the voltage, but you won't have the current. If you want more current, then you'll have to go to bigger wire, right? And then you'll lose your voltage potential.
Yeah, I don't see it making a lot of current because it's a slow frequency. It's a heavy.
Sean's asking if you can demo your Newman motor.
Yeah, sure. You mean in here in the StreamYard?
Yeah. Just turn your camera on it or something and.
Oh, it's not running now. I have the video of it. That's all I got of it running.
Oh, okay. If you got a video, that's cool. Pop it up and.
All right, hold on. Let me find it here. So I'll let this play in the meantime.
Oh, Nathan, you posted a video today about Newman,
it's
right?
A relay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen that. Yeah, I was watching that for a bit.
And its function.
He also. Oh, Nathan, did you know Newman came up with an anti-gravity device?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, what he did was he took a helium balloon and he wrapped 30 gauge wire around it, a lot of it, and he weighted the balloon down with the wire so the balloon would be kind of sitting on the ground.
Okay.
And then when he start pulsing about 200 volts through those wires, the balloon came off the ground. It started levitating.
Huh.
And if he changed the frequency, like flip the poles, it would spin around 360 degrees. So depending on how he pulsed that power, would manipulate the balloon in the air.
Wow.
So it turned out if he scaled it up to say like a 30-foot, 40-foot balloon, uh, the lifting capacity was quite high.
Gotcha.
So you might want to look that up. Joseph Newman anti-gravity machine. You might be able to find some stuff on it that might help you with some ideas.
Gotcha. Yeah, I got a video of Tom Bearden,
Yeah.
and it was like the best understanding of like a middle between what he was doing and what was his name? Hutchinson was doing. And it was talking
Yeah.
about the vortex and everything. I don't know if you caught that one. It was only
Yeah.
like 5 minutes long, but it was
Yeah.
like one of the best explanations I've ever heard of it.
Yeah. That's pretty much it. Everything when you pulse power, it's going in a verticular motion. Electricity, like a perfect example of this is the ball bearing motor. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's two metal ball bearings with a metal shaft going through the two ball bearings. You have a positive on the one bearing and negative on the other one. And if you put, say, 6 volts at like, say, 10 amps in it, you can spin that shaft and it will start running like a regular motor. And Chris Carson and Eric Dollard built it back in the mid 90s. And to this day, Eric Dollard does not know how this thing spins. The only thing he can think of that comes anywhere close is the fact that when a charge is passing through a wire, it's going around the wire, but it's also a gyroscopic. It's in a spinning motion. So if you're applying current to a metal shaft with metal bearings, that current is spinning around the inductor constantly. Because it's on bearings, it actually forces that shaft in motion. And that's why the ball bearing motor, right? It's always any kind of electrical current that goes through it and it travels on the outside of the inductor is in a gyroscopic spin.
Yeah.
So if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Did you want to see that Tom Bearden video? It's like, it said it's only like 5 minutes long.
Yeah, we could watch it and yeah, pop it up and I'll remove this.
So hit player.
Oh, you mean to stop it?
You got? Did you post it?
Yeah, it's up in the thing right now.
Okay, I got it.
Okay. Go back to it and hit play.
Filled with electromagnetic waves going in bi-directions. Pick a frequency. There's a wave going in one direction and a wave in the other direction. The wave that's going backwards is an anti-wave. It's a time-reversed wave. And the vacuum is structured. This potential, a vacuum is just potential is all it is. This potential is filled with a harmonic series of these waves. And so it structures spatially by bidirectional wave sets, and it structures vertically in terms of harmonics. Now, if you then invoke this structure, and you do that with a nonlinear material, and you put in one wave in the nonlinear material, that material will take from the vacuum that excess structure because it turns everything into a potential, and it will put out multiple frequencies and harmonics. That's what nonlinear materials do. Interestingly enough, if you take time reversed waves and put in those harmonics, when they back up through, they will restore one wave. You can gather the energy and collect it and integrate it together and produce a single thing of much greater energy and lower frequency. And so what you have is the vacuum structures in frequency and spatially, and the connection are waves. And by the way, these waves do not have to move at the speed of light. They can have much greater velocity. Now, the importance of Whittaker's work is that he showed that if you were to take sets of waves that you made on the bench, you made a wave and its anti-wave, and you made the harmonic and its anti-harmonic, you'd have to have at least one interval. In music, we would call that an octave, from C to the next C, for example. If you had at least one octave or one harmonic interval, you would then have a structured vacuum. Now, you can build such sets as these any way you wish to, and each one of those sets is a special form that you can build on the laboratory bench. There is a set, for example, that contains the electromagnetic parts that generate typhoid. That's Kazanashev's work. And that's Kazanashev's death photons that have been shown to carry death and disease. That work has been duplicated in West Germany, or Germany now, and also has been duplicated in Australia and here in the US. It also explains the work of Antoine Priori, who built a machine under the proper scientific auspices and under rigorous testing on lab animals, which cured cancer and leukemia almost 100%. Some eminent French scientists worked with him. It's still in the French medical literature. It was real, it existed. It was squelched. But what I'm saying is, if you use the Whittaker approach, you can now, for the first time, understand how Priori's device worked, because that's what it did. And he used a rotating plasma to make his phase conjugates. We didn't even know about the phase conjugate in those days. Today, we know that one of the things plasmas do under the right circumstances is phase conjugate or time reverse. And he showed that you can cure cancer, leukemia. You could just as easily set a pattern that would cure AIDS. He showed you could clean out clogged arteries. You could change the immune system, increase the immune system, bring it back up, which would be very valuable to AIDS patients, for example. For every disease, there is a pattern which causes the disease in this structure. For the cure to every disease, you simply take its pattern and time reverse it, and you get the precise electromagnetic antidote. You then put that inside a potential, as Whittaker showed how to do, and you treat the body with that, which is like like normal electromagnetic radiation. It's not ionizing radiation. It's not nuclear radiation. Expose them to a rippling magnetic field, for example, with these embedded in the field, and you cure the disease. And that's the kind of medical treatment we ought to have, not this cut them and burn them and poison them type thing that we have now, and many of them are still dying with cancer and leukemia and AIDS. It would take about 3 years. It would take a team of about 30-something people, facilities and so forth, about 3 years, about $20 million a year to deliver the ability to do that kind of electromagnetic treatment.
Cool.
Did you see Joel Legace talk about Tom Bearden recently?
Oh, yeah, I seen that, yeah.
He flat out said, "Hey, Tom's wrong."
Did he just
Yeah.
like
Not that I understood what's going on, but
Yeah, he did. He did. Yeah.
do you understand what he was talking about, or
I do.
is he saying like
Yeah.
we can reverse the frequency?
something about linear material?
Like Gerald does it with his core, with his coil. He's doing the same thing. He says it reduces the swelling and stuff right away. When he puts a certain frequency in one, I think it was 1501, and then what was it, 750 or so, the half of it, whatever it was. Yeah. So he put that on the other side, and then he put it in there, and it took his knee swelling down like within a day.
Yeah, because like Gerald's coils, if you look at most of his coils, there's no cores. It's all air core,
Yeah.
right?
That's what Tom was just talking about. That same type of thing. It's a pattern.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, that was it. He just what he was describing was basically like my gravity flare on the vortex that's created in the center. It was talking about the same thing between magnetic fields and everything else. It just kind of
Right.
struck home.
Yeah. not everything that Bearden talks about I agree with. Some of the stuff, yes. But when he gets into the scalar technology that Russia was working on and all this stuff, I think a lot of it's just folklore. But some of the a lot of the regular physics that Bedini was working on and Stubblefield and all that stuff. Yeah, that stuff's correct, but he does go a little bit out there.
I think everybody does a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like I know Eric Dollard's not a big fan of him. Actually, he thinks he's done a lot of damage in a lot of ways. Because like I kind of flip. I like to listen to everybody's story, and there's some stuff that I like Tom Bearden does, and there's some stuff I don't like what Bearden talks about. I think it kind of hurts his credibility in some aspects. Same with Dollard. Dollard doesn't always see eye to eye with Ken Wheeler when it comes to magnetics, right? And Ken Wheeler has actually flat out said he thinks Eric Dollard's wrong in this one area. Flat out tell you. So it's everybody has their ideas and what they feel is correct, and obviously there's going to be discrepancies between two different people's theories, right?
Right.
I really like the idea of eliminating as much current as you can and gathering as much potential as you can, putting it across your load or your storage.
Right. That's where I think Newman is really right. It's you don't need current to make a system work. You need voltage potential into a mass. Yeah. Mass is where the horsepower is created.
Didn't those little swinging pendulum devices that people would buy and put on their desks and stuff, doesn't that prove that what you just said there?
Sure, it does. Most definitely, it does.
It shows energy you the what do you call that? The swinging mass effect.
Yeah, the pendulum.
I guess
there's actually a name for it. Yeah. You're transmitting a voltage potential or a velocity or equal and opposite reaction. If it's in a mass, then that mass will increase the amount of power that's generated.
Because the mass keeps the momentum for you, like a flywheel.
Well, no, it creates the spin. Say like in Newman's motor, his stator was like 4,000 pounds. Okay, a lot of wire. So when he put 460 volts at 50 milliamps is nothing. But
I'm going to get you to watch for that right now. How many volts? 450? Okay.
For 450, 460, he was working with his batteries. But they were only putting out 50 milliamps, very, very little current. It's the mass of the wire of the inductor that was creating the horsepower within the motor.
That's 22.5 watts.
Yeah. So it's 20 watts. It's not a lot.
It's enough to run that mass at bare minimum. I think that's what you need there.
Yeah, like it was, 4,000 pound rotor. He said, you showed one guy.
4,000 pounds. Yeah, he's turning a 4,000 pound rotor with 22.5 watts.
Exactly.
So that's 0.05 times 450.
Yeah. So that pretty much concrete proof that his theory is correct, because technically speaking, if you were to do that with a regular electric motor of that size, it would burn
20
burn
watts
the battery
is not enough.
within
It shouldn't
seconds.
be enough. 20 watts should not be enough to turn over that much weight. 4,000 pounds.
Exactly. Right. So it's the energy to mass. That's his theory. Energy to mass ratio.
He used potential to do it, not the wattage. The wattage was just there to get the potential to show itself across the load, which was the drive coil.
Exactly. That's exactly it. Hey, Gerald's on the chat.
There's the Mike. There's the pulse motor Sean wanted to see. I put it up.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll put it up.
That ran for 4 hours because the 9-volt battery that was powering the Arduino went dead. but it went from 27.5 volts on the source down to about 25 or something like that. And I think it would have kept spinning to like 22 volts.
Because that's why my Renegade device, I could run it with dead batteries, and the thing will just run hours and hours and hours. It's because I got a large inductor and a high voltage potential, not current. Because those batteries that I had, they were all like they're 9-volt batteries, but they're all like 7 volts, 6 volts. But if you put multiple together, maybe the most I'm getting 20 to 50 milliamps out of all those little batteries because they're all dead, but it still runs the motor for hours on end, just runs and runs and runs and doesn't stop. So it proves Newman's theory is correct. It's voltage potential into a mass.
No, that's that coil driving. That's not exactly that completely Newman. I mean, it's got a lot less impedance than the Newman coil had. I mean,
yeah,
it's got 370 ohms. That coil is 370 ohms.
Yeah.
So
like Newman says gauge. Newman says to get the effects that he was getting, your core has to be about 270 pounds.
So yeah, he had it. His coil had an impedance that had to be over 1,000 ohms.
Probably
for sure.
Yeah.
And that means what? Yeah. So he had 450 volts to get through that ohmage.
Yeah.
So he probably had like 3,000 ohms on his coil. That's a pretty high impedance coil.
Sure.
And it's not cheap to make that either. That's why I only was able to get 370 ohms on mine. I'm not gonna spend all that money on a coil, Yeah. No.
Could you imagine how
I can because I've worked with a lot of copper wire, miles and miles.
Could you imagine? You imagine how much 4,000 pounds on a rotor would take? How long that would take to wind that thing? That's insane.
One 2-aught spool is about half that weight or less.
And it's all that wire was recycled. Like he had to have sources of copper wire through the yin yang, to accumulate that amount of copper. That's like, see, the problem with that motor is it would be the cost. You know how much copper is now? It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
So all the stuff that he had was definitely like in surplus shops and junkyards.
What did you say the gauge was again?
I can't remember exactly what gauge he was using.
He said Litz wire, no?
Was it
Litz wire?
It's possible, and that's even harder to find Litz wire. Well, that's even finer, and it's fine wire too. Litz wire is fine. Like that's an enormous amount of wire.
I think he mentioned that if you can find Litz wire, it's or something like that.
It's probably the optimal multi-stranded wire, yeah.
Because you could just wire them in one end to do your series thing.
Yeah. But like if I were going to make one, I would make the minimum requirement of the amount of windings. But still, 270 pounds. That's a lot of copper, man. That's a lot of copper.
Yeah, there's only 2.5 pounds here. And that was like $40.
Yeah.
Well, he must have had some dough behind him, or maybe he just been saving.
But don't forget. Well, yeah, but don't forget, he was building these motors back in the early mid '80s, right? So copper was a lot cheaper.
Yeah, it was cheaper back then, right?
Yeah, that's 1980s. He was building those motors. Like the big one, the big Eureka. I think he built that around 2008, 2009 timeframe.
Yeah, but it's true. I fully agree with what he said. If you can get a large mass inductor without creating any, I believe he even said this, without creating any shorts or opens in it. I think I remember him saying that once. Then you have yourself a free energy machine. Something like that. Very simply, because you have the mass of the coil. You have all these turns.
It's energy to mass conversion. Right? That's what it is. It's energy to mass conversion. Everybody thinks power has to have amps behind it. That's actually
It's a
very far
wide
from the
plane
truth.
centrifugal, a wide plane vortex is what you're creating with that coil.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine the field he was creating in that thing? It
A
was
wide
probably
field, a very
enormous.
big field, very strong one too because of that voltage.
Yep.
Very brief too, also because it was pulsed, right?
Hmm. Like he made a lot of motors that were like, the size of say like a coffee table and stuff like that, or size of a kitchen table, a lot smaller, but still in scale wise, it's still pretty big, you
Yeah.
know. But here comes down to the problem of practicality, right? To actually build a commercial unit that you could use to power your house or something like that. The thing would cost 50 grand, to
Yeah.
build it. The idea is right, but you have to be able to scale that down to a point where you can still get the effects. He says 270 pounds. Okay, that's doable, right? You could say like your air conditioning unit outside your house. You could probably build a
I
motor
have a
that
theory why you
size.
can't scale that back. I have a theory as to why you cannot scale it down, and it won't work scaling it down because the planet's a certain size. This thing, the mass is important to tuning into the rotations of the planet. And somehow
Yeah,
you need that to happen for it to keep rotating.
yeah. So like
And
if
it's
you're
not being
doing it
tuned in
in,
by air, or it's being tuned in by electromotive force that the planet has.
yeah, yeah.
And you need
So
the
to
mass. You need the mass to get there because you have to get close to the size of this planet that you're trying to tune into. If you're like
yeah,
at a scale of a what's it called, a quantum scale compared to the planet, which is what a little Newman motor would be, which is what this one is.
right,
It's at the
yeah,
quantum
scale
scale
wise,
compared to the actual planet Earth. You have to
right,
get
right.
above the quantum scale. You have to be within the same plane of existence. I think whatever you
Well,
want to
if you
call it.
if you build a, if you build a motor like at the utility level, that's 30 or 40 tons, you know, okay, yeah, I think you got something there, and you could actually feed that into the grid, right?
Right, and something with that kind of mass with rotational velocity on a planet that has, whether it's
Like,
flat or round, it still has rotational velocity.
yeah, can you imagine, that thing actually working? Just seeing this 50,000, 50-ton machine spinning like that. I wonder how much power that would actually put out. Be very curious to see. But then again, that's a pulse DC. Now that's going to get remodulated into 60 hertz at 120 volts. In order to put that through into the grid system, right?
Right. No, well, the idea is to spin the shaft with pulse DC and generate your AC with the spinning shaft or the rotational locomotion. You can, like, instead of using a river or air, you use DC pulses to spin your alternator, your AC generator.
Mhm.
That's the way I see it. I don't think there's any other logical direction. There might be other directions, but I'm not seeing them. I see the pulse DC as being the most efficient way to not only keep solar wind generators rotating at a slow speed so that they never actually stop, which is a
Right.
great use of a DC pulse.
Right.
Things like that. That's what I see DC pulses doing. And the same thing for AC generators. You can drive your analog 360-degree torque AC generator with a DC pulse and a permanent magnet setup.
They use brushless DCs in your air conditioner. So
Now they
have
do,
those.
yeah, because they want to
Yeah.
stay, because you'll buy it because it'll save you power in your electric bill. And that's right, because it saves power, and you get the same, and you get better flow of air too than the AC. The AC is not supposed to be a motor. From what I understand, Tesla never designed the AC generator to be a motor. Like, period. But he went along with it because everybody wanted a motor. And I don't think permanent magnets and DC motors were quite there yet. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think they had enough, magnet tech back in his day to make DC motors like they do today, which are everywhere now. They were around for a long time, but they weren't used like AC motors are used widely, and they just guzzle power like like an 8-cylinder.
Yeah, because it's always because when the ground comes back, it's fighting its own field, so it's always in this electromagnetic tug of war, right?
No, it's
But
just a
really,
very efficient motor. I mean, it uses a lot of power for not needing permanent magnets. And so
yeah,
when you go with DC, you can use permanent magnets and supplement the power that an AC motor would have to generate to be a motor.
right.
So the
See, the
AC
best
system
method,
was never supposed to be for a locomotion,
yeah,
and Tesla
yeah,
stated that.
yeah. I think the
He said it
best,
was for power generation, not
yeah,
for the other way
yeah.
around, which
It's
is
like I think the best method that I've seen is the Steinmetz dynamotor. His
Yeah,
dynamotor,
I thought he came up with the AC motor.
who
Didn't he?
Steinmetz?
Yeah.
no,
Tesla came up with the AC motor, but Steinmetz basically perfected everything that Tesla built.
Yeah.
So, he was basically the head of the research division for GE, and basically had an unlimited bank account as far as research, right? So, like the AC motor and numerous stuff that Tesla put out, he, put in mathematical formulas and worked out all the bugs, and he was able to make something that was quote unquote commercially available to the masses. And that's what Steinmetz did, right?
Yeah, I remember
So
watching that documentary on it.
wait, you said
Sorry.
photovoltaic? What does Steinmetz do? Photovoltaic?
Oh man,
Or did I mishear you?
Mike, you there?
Yep,
You free?
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry. I was reading something on the screen.
Yeah.
Sorry, I get a little sidetracked. Say that again.
So Steinmetz perfected the motor, and Tesla came up with the design for it, and Steinmetz
Right.
made it
Yeah.
commercially available for everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of switching devices, motors, generators. I believe Steinmetz had over 370 patents to his name before he died.
Yeah,
Actually,
I remember that part.
more. He actually had more patents than Tesla. Don't discredit Tesla. Tesla was a real engineer with real mathematic background and all this stuff, but I think Steinmetz was just at a little bit higher level of the mathematics. So like him and Tesla, they worked together on some stuff, and they did collaborate on some stuff as well, right?
Yeah,
You know,
and I remember
but
he worked with Edison and stuff like that. Steinmetz did.
well, yeah, Steinmetz worked with Edison. Tesla also worked with Edison. That ended in disaster. The Edison and Tesla started their war, right?
Yeah.
And then Westinghouse came into the picture and swept up Tesla, and then the war of the currents started with DC and AC. So, and we all know who won that war. So,
Well,
yeah.
it would have been better for AC to go across the big lines and then DC to be in houses. It would have been a lot better that way. It would be easier right now because of the conversion that we do right now. Everything converts to DC for the motors in your house. It would have been easier just to run the DC in your house.
That's right. Yeah, but
Yeah,
at that time, Tesla was already in, good relations with Westinghouse. Westinghouse, he was very much a capitalist mind, right? And he already made his billions on the braking devices for trains. So that's pretty much where he got a lot of his money. And then also J.P. Morgan, he was that evil guy behind the curtain orchestrating all this kind of stuff. And he knew in the end that, Edison was going to get screwed, and so was Tesla. I think J.P. Morgan was like the Wizard of Oz behind the scene, right?
Yeah.
Who knew that? Who knew it in the end? Was it Edison knew that, or
No, well, J.P. Morgan was
J.P. Morgan?
orchestrating all this stuff.
He
Yeah,
knew in the end.
oh yeah, he had all this planned. See, back in those days, they had nothing but patent wars. It was
Right.
World War III going on with Tesla and Edison, patent war after patent war. And then it got even worse when then Marconi jumped in there with the radio. And Tesla says, "Oh yeah, that's a nice radio, but you're using 14 of my patents to make that radio."
Yeah.
And that started another huge war. It was World War III in the courthouse.
Didn't the Marconi and all that stuff, all those patent wars, whatever, start around the World War One?
Yeah, that was right around World War One. Yep.
Those
And,
guys are
Tesla-
busy dealing with those patent wars.
Oh yeah, it was constant, nonstop. Tesla was in court so many times. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, it was it was a lot of backstabbing, and then you had Marconi saying, "Oh yeah, I invented the radio." Meanwhile, he's using 14 of Tesla's patents to make that radio. And then Tesla, in the mindset that he had, free spirited, he says, "Okay, just let him do his thing. Let him make his radio. Let him do his thing." But in the end, I want to be known as the guy who created those components for the radio.
Yeah, what did he say?
Marconi's.
He said something.
But,
he said
well,
the
he
future
thought-
is mine. Before he said that, he said something else.
Well, he also said Marconi's a jackass too, but well, but yeah, there's Tesla wasn't the guy that really got mad a lot, but when you did piss him off, he would make some pretty outlandish comments, and Marconi was one of them. There was a couple times he got pretty heated discussion with him, but in the end, after Tesla dies, I think it's 2 years after he dies, Tesla gets awarded as the creator of radio.
Yeah.
Well, what good is that after the guy's been dead for 2 years?
When he got mad, didn't he throw stuff
that.
across the room sometimes?
Who's that?
Tesla?
All of us?
Tesla?
Is that you, Ben?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be all of us throwing
stuff
things
running.
across the room.
No, I just remember that tidbit from ChatGPT fed it back, and sometimes you
Used
can't
to feel
trust
like
the AI.
that with Windows 98.
Yeah.
It's like it says sometimes when Tesla felt frustrated that people weren't understanding his theories, or he would get so angry he would throw stuff.
I don't know about that. I never heard that.
Yeah.
I think that's the first time I ever heard that one. I didn't know he ever threw stuff across the room.
It might be fake. I don't know. It was through the chat AI, so take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, maybe they start disinformation with the AI as well.
Well, look,
I was thinking the same thing, Phil.
Tesla is
when I looked
nothing short of a mad scientist, okay?
Well, when I looked up information on Tesla for my preliminary research for Divine Science, I found a lot of information regarding his articles in.
And wasn't he
what was
abstinent? You got to let the steam out somehow.
But anyways, the
Tesla-
point is, when I went back and asked the same questions, it didn't know what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Well, Tesla, I think he was abstinent. Like he didn't,
Well, no, apparently, no. Actually, it's funny you mentioned that. I was listening to one guy, a researcher on him. He said pretty much his social behavior ended at about 40. He says that after 40, there was basically nothing there. So, he did have relationships and stuff like that, but it ended very early because he got so engrossed in his work, right? It just became everything in his life. So, yeah.
Did you know also that Did you know that with the AI, if the AI says something and then you say no, that's wrong because of this and that, the AI will confirm what you're saying because he doesn't want to offend you.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It never
Yeah.
used to do
Yeah.
that though. It when I was first using like Deep AI, it never used to do that, but now it does.
So you guys are using Snowflake AI, huh?
Snowflake, yeah.
Oh my
For
god,
God's
that's
sake.
hilarious. Snowflake AI.
I just want
Yeah,
to tell me the truth. I don't care if it hurts my feelings.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, if you hurt my feelings, you're better off. You know what I mean? To get an honest
That-
conversation.
AI, the largest misinformation agent out there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It could
it's
be.
gonna grow.
Oh yeah,
It's
right.
gonna go sick,
Could be.
man.
AI was doing the bot spamming in the beginning, wasn't it?
It's linked with Microsoft, so don't worry. It's gonna get into the disinformation tangent.
AI was
so
doing all
bad.
that bot spamming, on the chats, bots pretending to be people.
See, this is where technology starts being used in a bad sense. That's the problem with I worry about AI.
I think they
In a
did
lot
that
of
for
ways,
the.
I think in a lot of ways, AI is fantastic, yes, but it could also be used for a bad purpose too, and that's what I fear the most about AI.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I
I
Because
mean,
think
but
they
people,
did that spamming
it's
for
gonna
the
get used
elections.
to disinform us. That's how that I can guarantee you it's going this way.
yeah, it's like it's no different than our government. They act the same way.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the deep
They
fakes now
tell
with
you
the
what.
AI making images of a fish with a dog's face.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, but
AI.
but it boils down to the actual, like, the internet wasn't even made for us. It was done by the early predecessor to DARPA, right?
What,
So
the internet?
the internet, yeah, because the internet, the first FTP protocol that was actually in operation was 1970,
Interesting you should say that,
Yeah,
Mike, because Facebook wasn't even made for
right?
us either. It was made for Harvard.
That's right. It was supposed to be a closed circuit social media network for the university,
And then somebody like
right? And
Zuckerberg
then,
came in and yeah, well, you know the
yep,
rest.
yeah, he stole the technology and ran with it.
he stole the Facebook code and went to California, got some investors, and started his own business with that.
Age
And
old
now
story.
he shadow bans half the people that are on there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm
Because
sure. I'm
it's
sure.
like a
It's all running on
techno-feudalistic platform, you know?
I get more stuff about this woman running for president than I ever did about anyone else in my life. It just keeps
Text
going
messages
across the
too,
screen.
Nathan. I've been getting bombarded
Who,
with
Kamala?
the text messages.
For God's sakes, man, just let it go. Just show both sides and be done with it. I'm
They
getting
need
kind
to
of
give up
tired
on
of it.
me. They need to give up on me. I'm not voting.
Dr. Shiva invented email, right? He's running for president.
Every 4 years, I vote for one of my kids. I have
That's adorable.
yeah, because logged
Do you
in
really do that?
data. I do. Every 4 years, I vote for one of my kids. I've already voted for two. The third one, and before the age of 18. So forever, they will have a presidential vote. Forever, on record.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. No, I request and
I'm pretty sure the kids would do a better job than our governments right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but if you think if
It's
they
pretty.
like somehow if there is really an AI, an intelligent system, it would probably monitor that kid for life to see if they're really worthy of a presidential position, and it will probably landscape their life for them to achieve that point. Because
Well, what do you think the social insurance number is? It's our digital identity.
yeah,
That's
right?
Canadian social insurance number?
it's like the social
Yeah.
security
Yeah,
Yeah, you
social
might as well
security
stamp a
in the US.
barcode on us.
Yeah, that's right. You might as well slap it right on our forehead.
stamp your ass as a baby. Just boom, there you go.
Put a
That's
put
who
a
you
QR
are.
code.
Okay. Do
Be
you
a reason to cry.
when a baby's born, they stab their heel to test something. Disease is called the Ashkenazi disease, but the Ashkenazi disease is for a very minority group in the world. I mean, like a really, really small minority group, but they still stick everybody, whether you're Chinese, American, or Indian, or whatever, you know. But it's
Yeah.
the characteristics of that people that carry the disease have red hair and green eyes, and
No,
that's
well,
can't-
Dr. Shiva talks about the Ashkenazi and
yeah,
all that
they
stuff that
test
you're into.
everybody.
Haven't even.
It's enforced by the government for that testing to happen. You cannot refuse it. Why? Because there's billions of dollars of funding for that test to happen, and somebody pockets that money. Although, really, if you don't have the genetic, like the genetics for green eyes and red hair, you shouldn't even be tested for that. Why would somebody that is, like, let's say, African American or Oriental be tested for that? They definitely don't have that. You understand? But they still, by law, they all have to be tested for that disease, and it's like billions of dollars go where we don't know for that.
It's all a scam.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
That's
missed
it.
it. Which
It's just
disease
scam.
was it they were tested for?
It's called Ashkenazi something, like
I
the only,
haven't even heard of that.
Isn't that a Jewish
I don't
sect?
know either.
yeah, only the
I'm
have
And now
that.
they're calling it a disease?
I don't know. They say the Ashkenaz people.
It's a Jewish tribe.
Yeah,
Listen,
people that can carry, like, that have that disease. So
listen. You go into a psychologist office nowadays with mild
Who's doing
anxiety,
that?
and you come out with bipolar and schizophrenia and all this BS. Like, they try to push pills on you. They try to. It's all a
Yeah.
monetary thing. It's an incentive
Yeah.
for profit.
Yeah.
yeah, well, if you're not part of that minority group, then there's no way you're gonna have it. Why would an Oriental person need to be tested for that, for example?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like it doesn't make sense.
You know, why even come up with such a stupid idea like testing for something like that in the first place?
Exactly.
Let alone,
Yeah, and
you
this
know,
put the heel stick when the baby is born. This is what they test for. This is it. My belief, it's it's more than that, because the heel has when the baby's born, like, it has the fresh blood. It has, like, the stem cells.
are you
And they-
talking about when they prick
Yeah.
your heel? For,
Yeah. And they keep
I know what that is, right?
cryogenics for life. They keep that sample for as long as they keep it in running in cryogenic units, and I don't know
Son of a
Maybe they're creating their own little Ark of the Covenant. You know, they got all the
Yeah.
money in the world.
want to apply science to the whole
Our money, tax money.
how if you how quantumly entangled to your own DNA. And
Like,
if
I don't like the idea.
Or maybe,
of them
yeah,
selling
maybe
my
they're using it
private
to control
data,
us
let
through
alone
some
that.
kind of technology, right? I get
I-
your point.
that is the in these, because you are quantumly entangled.
Like a signal generator.
They stress your DNA, you could probably in real life be stressed if they
Or
put
even
Yeah,
clone
they have
you.
your biosignature.
yeah,
They,
because
they can clone you
Sure.
if that's true. If they took our, you saying when everybody's born, they take a blood sample?
yes, they do. Yes,
And
they
they
do.
For
keep
how
it
long have
on
they been doing
ice.
that?
Wow.
Since I had my first kid in 2004, I know that, but I don't know more than that. But I'm 100%. It's been done at least 10 to 15 years prior.
Maybe longer.
Why don't they test us for something useful like being an Indian? I'd love to go on a reservation without a bunch of people around. You know what I mean? Do my own thing, have no neighbors around me. You know what I mean? Get me some money from the casino. That's useful. Get all my blood you want. Tell me that I'm Indian so I can cash in.
Oh,
Well-
Nathan and I will be passing around the peace pipe.
Nathan,
Yeah.
Nathan,
I go out in my chonies and get some peace pipe action on, man.
fall in
Do
love
some,
with
do some dancing with some
Houston.
paint on my face. You got it.
dude. Why don't you fall in love with a Native, American, and you get the same perks?
Yeah, well, it's already too late for that.
Just a hypothetical, but yeah, I mean, there are other ways around what you want. If you want really to pursue it, it could happen.
I swear my brother's an Indian. He goes out with no shoes on, man. It's 120 outside. He just walks around like it doesn't affect him at all. had long hair, wears a bandana like Willie Nelson. You know what I mean? And the guy's just like, you can literally start hearing Indian music as soon as he's walking down the street. It's absolutely insane. At least maybe that's just in my head, but
Well, as long
Grab
as he
some
doesn't
dirt,
look like
taste
Cheech,
it.
as long as he doesn't look like Cheech and Chong, you're okay, right?
he once threw a oh my god, a sledgehammer at the back of my tire, one of those handheld ones, because I guess I told on him or something to my dad. And he got in trouble. So here I am riding my bicycle, right? He got mad. He threw this big old sledgehammer at my bike. He hit the back wheel and bent it. And then he took out a blow dart gun and shot it at me and shot me right in my arm. I'm thinking, my God, the Indians are attacking. I got to get the hell out of here. It's just my brother down the street screwing with me.
It's your nice brother.
Yeah. I had a strange family,
blow
man.
dart? Is it the paper
Yeah,
blow dart?
Dude, it was literally a nail that he had taken and he wrapped some paper around it, put it in the pipe, and then boom, right at you.
Yeah.
And shot me right in the arm.
Work.
Stuck right in.
Yep.
Yeah.
They use them to hunt birds.
I got a lot of
my
brothers,
brother
man.
made. My brother made one years ago when we were kids. He got the tubes that they use for the towel rack. Well, he got an aluminum tube, made a dart, put a tiny little nail in it. He shot the thing once and went right into concrete.
Yeah. It's crazy the power you get.
It's stuck. Oh, yeah.
My brothers used to take shotgun shells with those pipes, man, and they just take a hammer and whack the back of it and let it shoot out the other end.
Right.
Yeah, it was a crazy house, man. We, 5 boys, you get a lot of stuff. We used to go out with my dad nail guns, pull back the safety on them. You know what I mean? Tie it back with some wire. Oh man,
that's dangerous.
That's drinking over there, man.
Oh man, they try to shoot birds as they come by, and who knows where all this stuff landed. But man, they sure tried everything. My brother shot himself in the ankle with it, and my other brother goes, "Well, let's go get the whiskey from the house, and we're just gonna pour it on there, and we're gonna yank this thing out for you." And then when my mom came home, I had to bring him to the emergency room to get it fixed. So, and then
oh my God.
Explain that one to the doctor.
Oh yeah.
I used to it's like on planet. Like if there's mischief, I was there. Like you name it, I was there. I one time people thought there was an earthquake. So my grandparents' building used to be on concrete poles, and then there's like a tiled flooring underneath. So I drilled little holes with a screwdriver, big, like little fire those little firecrackers in there.
Yeah.
And I got
little
all
cherry bombs.
Kids, whipped them with lighters, and I put like maybe 100 of these in these little concrete columns. And I said to all of them, I said, when I count to 3, all of you light up. And they said, all right. So I said,
run.
1, 2, 3, and all of them lit up the little, and it went boom, and like the building shook. My God, like everybody in the building, people were coming down, like people half dressed, half this, like it was, and I stood there and I thought it was the funniest thing. Everybody like got so, I literally had to, everyone was throwing their shoes at me because, like it wasn't an earthquake, but when you're up in that high and you hear that, sound and the building shaking, everybody thought it was an earthquake. But by the time they came downstairs, they realized it wasn't. Guess who was in the trouble of their life? Me. Yeah.
The funniest thing we ever did. My father, this is going back years ago. He took one of those firecrackers that make a huge bang when it hits the sky. Well, instead of putting it upright, he put it upside down into the garden. So he stuck the top of it in the ground. So he lights this thing off. I'm about 10 feet away. Boom! It makes a crater. I kid you not, probably about 4 feet in diameter in the garden because it launched into the ground and then came out. It launched a stone. It launched a stone or a rock that was in the garden and it hit me, boom, right between the eyes, knocked me out cold. I was on the
Jeez.
ground.
But
Oh yeah.
aren't fireworks illegal in Canada?
What's that?
Aren't fireworks illegal in Canada?
Busted.
No, 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 no,
Yeah,
no.
No,
They're
they're not
they-
illegal. Okay.
no,
I was like,
only
damn,
in
I
certain
had fireworks.
areas.
but maybe before they weren't, but these days they are.
Well, I
They're
know in
illegal
some
down here
cities
now.
they are. I know in Brampton, the city of Brampton, that's not too far from me. It's totally outlawed there. They can't do it because people are shooting each other with it. So they banned it.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah, they are. Oh yeah, they're picking them up and shooting their friends with it. So
What?
and yeah, oh yeah,
Oh my
oh yeah.
god. What is going on?
So the city of Brampton, they've totally banned fireworks.
Is it
They
like the
outlawed
Trailer
bottle
Park Boys?
rockets.
Here it's only banned like inside the city, but if you're outside the city and there's no trees, it's okay.
Well, like it was not uncommon that during Canada Day or whatever, or Victoria weekend, you go out buy fireworks and you put them in your garden and shoot them off in your backyard. Well, now these idiots come in and they decide to have some fun with it. Instead of shooting it in the air, they shoot it at their buddy. So
Grown-ups or kids?
both.
All of the above.
Yeah,
All of the above.
Somebody's gonna win a Darwin Award.
Some of these clowns put them in their butts, man, and you see all the sparks
Yeah, I've
coming out.
seen that. Yeah, you get they're crazy. You get third-degree burns. Oh yeah, that's my idea of a good time.
But you get to the emergency room, what'd you do? I shoved one of these.
It's
firecrackers
inevitable.
in my ass.
Yeah, it's gotta be a hard
Yeah.
conversation.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
I think the Chinese, they knew what they were doing when they made fireworks.
Oh,
Yeah, so you can blow yourself up. Yeah.
You're right.
My great grandfather lost an eye because of fireworks.
Oh,
Like
wow.
Sure.
my parents'
Oh,
grandfather.
It's
So,
actually common.
yeah, very long time ago.
yeah. Well, they got gunpowder in there and a whole bunch of other stuff. Yeah, it can be dangerous. Sure.
Yeah, like 5-6 years old, something like that when it happened. Very very young, but yeah.
wow.
But we're talking
But
like
nowadays, people are crazy now. They don't care. People start shooting each other with any kind of thing they can think of.
Yeah, they do.
Have you heard of the? I forgot the name for it, but they drive blind. They drive car blinds with blinded eyes. So it's a challenge. It was a challenge a couple of years ago.
Oh, that's smart. That's real
Yeah,
smart.
Yeah, but people were doing that. It's like
Drive a
people
car
are-
blind, you said?
Yeah, with blinded eyes.
Oh my God.
There was a name
What-
for
what's-
that, but I forgot.
That's what happens when people get bored, They create
It's
things
the
like
one-
COVID. You get bored out of your mind. Next thing you know, you're driving a car blindfolded.
is it one of those trust challenges where like you have like a co-driver with you and then they tell you to go right and left while you can't see? Is that one of those things?
Yeah, something like that.
I've seen those.
Let me check it out. I forgot the name.
But you
When
know
I was
what?
a
Like
kid, we
people
used to tear up the golf courses after it rained because you could go out there with the car and the grass. It's all slippery, and there's lakes out there. We would challenge ourselves to see if we could head towards the lake and brake and spin out before we landed in the lake.
Have you guys ever
And actually stop at the border of the lake. And I did pretty good at that. None of us, one guy almost ran right into the lake though. But yeah, that's what we did all night long one night.
have you ever driven on a frozen lake?
We got away with it though. They were looking for whoever tore up the whole golf. We tore up the whole golf course. It was like now made for dirt bikes, Yeah, the things you
Yeah,
do when
my
you're a
buddy-
kid and you can get away with
Yeah,
if you're under 18.
Yeah.
YouTube. Just remember that.
I won't do that
Yeah,
today.
no, No, a buddy of mine, he used to race dirt bikes, and his next door neighbor was getting a little pissed off with him because he was making too much noise. So the one day he went on his lawn and just laid a patch, just revved the engine out and popped the clutch. Did like,
Oh,
Yeah, you spin out.
oh, he just ripped the guy's lawn up.
Oh, there's that too.
Yeah, apparently it's called the Bird Box
It grows
Challenge.
back though.
What? The
Grass
Bird
grows
Box
back
Challenge.
fast.
Not if
Yeah.
you steal it, like Fun with Dick and Jane. You seen that movie where they steal the sod?
that Bird Box, wasn't that a movie?
Yeah, on Netflix. Some show on Netflix.
What was it called?
The Bird Box.
Yeah,
The
it was
Bird
a
Box? I don't
movie.
think I've seen that one.
What was her name?
Sandra Bullock.
Sandra Bullock. Yeah, she
Yeah.
was in that. I never watched it. This seemed like a dumb movie, but
I haven't watched it either, but I just see I see it on Netflix every time I scroll through movies. It comes up, but I have not yet seen it yet. Right, Sandra Bullock. Yeah.
The sun.
Oh, if anybody, speaking of movies, there was a movie that I watched a while ago. I think probably about 4 or 5 years ago, at least. The movie's called Almanac. It's about a guy. His father worked for the government, and he actually built some kind of like time machine. It's,
Never
I
heard
don't
of
know if it's on. I don't know if it's on Netflix, maybe on Prime. It's called Almanac.
I'm gonna have to
Was
look
it
that up.
N?
I like time travel movies.
Yeah, yeah, it was actually pretty cool. It's more of like a kids movie, like it's with teenagers, right? But they discover this guy's father, he passed away in a car accident, but all his gear was still in the basement, and he had this time machine, and the son and his buddies figured out how to get it running.
Oh, Project
And they
Almanac?
go-
Yeah, that's
Yes,
one of my favorites. That and
yeah, that's
Primer. Have you
Uh-huh.
seen Primer?
Primer's. Yeah, Primer's
Yeah.
good
Is
too.
that what
Yeah,
that
Those
movie's
are the
about?
two
I
best.
know the name. I never watched that movie though.
It's Project
Oh,
yeah,
Almanac.
watch
It's
it.
a great one.
Yeah, I like it. That's one of my favorite.
Have you of the Kozarov mirror?
Kozarov Mirror. I've heard of
I've
that.
heard of that movie too. Yeah.
No, it's not a movie. This is a real experiment. A real scientist,
Oh, sorry.
a Russian scientist that never finished his experiments, called the Kozarov mirror, and it's like a
Oh, right.
you know how like in a
Oh, is it? Oh, wasn't he a Jesuit priest? This guy?
I'm not sure, but
He was a priest, and apparently he made one called the chronovisor.
I know the chronovisor. It's supposedly it's in the Vatican. You know,
Yeah.
Right. Right.
But the Kozarov mirror is you can replicate this experiment, and I'm planning on replicating this. I just need a like maybe a 5 by 12 aluminum plate and
Right.
wrap it around and a circle, but with one open end, so it looks like a shell, like and you're supposed to have two stopwatches. One person sits inside of it and the other person outside of it, and like you synchronize the two stopwatches, and it's
All right.
time dilation.
Right. Time dilation.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so this is
That'd be cool.
you replicate.
Yeah.
And so
Well, you can do that with any kind of spinning mass because when I was building the end machine, what's his name? Bruce De Palma actually did some experiments with putting an analog clock on the shaft axis of the spinning mass, and he was getting time dilation.
I
He
should
was
try that with the
experiencing
rodent coil
time
too.
dilation.
So question, wouldn't that constitute for time travel?
Sorry, say that again.
Well,
Would constitute time travel? Because if you're dilating,
It depends on your
Sure.
frame of reference.
yeah,
Yeah.
time travel into the future. All you have to do is dilate time on the broke
Well,
body.
yeah, we do that right
He-
now. It's called the
He
seconds
will
in a
he
minute.
will travel into the future because
Yeah, well, there's two aspects to the time dilation. You have the perspective of time going by normally, and then the other perspective of time going by non-normally.
Yeah.
Or accelerated or reversed or whatever. So You know, it depends on which side of that you're on.
We don't know.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
if you slow down, you will perceive time faster. So you will time travel into the future very quickly.
I'm down for that. I'll do that.
And what you're saying?
But
You're saying this?
It's
You're
good
saying
for
this happens, and we
cryonics.
just wipe it off and rub
I
it
don't
off
know.
and say, "Oh, reset the clock.
There-
It's my battery."
There is a video. Oh, check this out. Some of you might have heard about this. There was a video posted the year that Mike Tyson was fighting Michael Spinks. And in the crowd, they zoomed in on this one guy. And this was around.
Oh, he had a cell phone,
Yeah, it was
right?
around. Yeah, he had a cell phone. He was taking a video of the fight. This was 1993. Cell phones haven't come out yet. So he's holding this device videotaping the fight. I'm sure the video's out there on YouTube. Look it up.
I've seen it.
Very interesting.
You've seen it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's videotaping that fight. That fight sucked.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was
The fight
That
sucked.
video
What
of the bald
that was
dude.
what?
Did you guys see the bald dude who was fixing his plumbing under the counter? He said he ran into his older self under the counter through a hole.
What?
A
Wait,
light showed
what?
up under. Yeah, it was.
Didn't hear about that one.
And he has a video of himself, his older self, and they have the same tattoo on the arm in the video. He took it with his phone.
I'd like to meet my.
He
own
went
self.
through the portal and met his older self. He was under his kitchen sink fixing his pipe when the portal opened. And he said he went through and he saw himself, his older self. They greeted each other. They were holding, hand over the shoulder, taking a selfie. And he shows the same tattoo of his older self, older face, younger self, same arm, same tattoo. I don't know, but maybe I don't know. Maybe it was his dad. They got the same tattoo.
I got a similar story, but
He claims that it was he time traveled. He met himself, and he videoed it, and he put it on the internet.
I got a similar story, but I talked.
He didn't make no machine or nothing. He said the portal just showed up under his kitchen sink when he was fixing the drain.
Yeah, I think that's a whole.
I
That's
wonder.
kind of weird, huh?
I wonder how.
Anyways, guys. Oh, go ahead.
And I was saying, I wonder how he got back to show us that video. You know, because
It's on YouTube somewhere.
Yeah.
What were-
Crazy.
Anyways, guys, we're gonna wrap it up here. I know Bernie. I think he started his live stream, so I think a few of us are gonna jump over to Bernie's channel and go from there. I'm gonna shut my stream down
The
now.
world has he wanted to show his experiment.
Okay, so yeah, we could all hop over to Bernie's channel. Next Friday night at 9 o'clock Eastern. Also tune in to Faraday Research for any updates. Guys, and lady, thank you very much for coming in tonight as regular guests. And let's hop over to Bernie. He said right now he's going to send the link in about 10 minutes. So watch your emails, and you should get a link for his podcast. So everybody have a great night. Thanks a lot.
Thanks
And,
for having
we'll
me.
chat soon.
Yeah, thanks
Yeah,
for having
we'll
us.
chat.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, peace. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
See you, Mike.
Bye.
I need your absolute attention for a moment. Please, pay attention to the video you are about to watch and see if you can notice the problem.
It's an interesting character for me. It's not necessarily somebody you'd think that I am right off the bat be playing. A lot of people say, you could play Truman. Sure. But it's like, it was a tough job for me.
Did you see it? Some of you might have even seen it, but don't know how to describe it. What you just witnessed was a micro-expression, and even though it only lasted a fraction of a second, it could tell us everything we need to know. A moment of contradiction between emotion and words. Robin Williams' last video interview was with The Talk in 2014. In the interview, he discussed his new show called The Crazy Ones, and shared some stories from his past. Here we see Robin in a moment of what appears to be slight joy, talking about playing Truman, and then a flash of extreme sadness. And it doesn't just happen once. These are clear patterns of behavior that are universal. Have you ever wondered what someone is thinking? I'm not talking about those sideshow scammers you see grifting in the strip malls, preying on the desperate. I'm talking about a way to really know what someone's truly feeling. If we were looking at the world through the lens of Dr. Paul Ekman, maybe we could have spotted this contradiction. Eastern Highlands Province, Papua New Guinea. A mountainous region of the Papua New Guinea highlands, between the upper reaches of the Ambulum and Okapa rivers. Dr. Paul Ekman, a renowned psychologist who specialized in the study of nonverbal communication and facial expressions, is just finishing up his second year studying the facial expressions of the four people, when he reaches a startling discovery. From 1967 to 1969, Dr. Ekman was interested in their facial expressions and whether they were universal or culturally specific. He found that the four people had the same repertoire of facial expressions as people in the Western world, which further supported his theory that facial expressions and emotions are innate and universal. This research with isolated tribes helped him to further refine his theories and develop his understanding of how facial expressions work, which has been invaluable to his work on micro-expressions. Dr. Ekman recorded their interactions and studied their facial expressions while teaching them how to read emotions from Western faces. His work with the four people helped him to develop a comprehensive theory of micro-expressions called the facial action coding system. Micro-expressions are subtle, fleeting facial expressions that occur within a fraction of a second and reveal a person's true emotions or feelings.
There are two kinds of facial expressions, a macro or normal expression, which comes on and off the face usually in 2 to 5 seconds, and a micro expression, which goes on and off in a 25th of a second. Now, if you use slow motion or freeze frame, a micro expression looks just like a normal expression, but it's been compressed in time. It's an attempt to conceal true feeling.
These expressions can occur when a person tries to conceal their true emotion or feelings, and they can be a reliable indicator of lying or deception. Micro-expressions typically last for a fraction of a second and are often difficult to observe. However, with practice, it is possible to develop the skills to identify these subtle expressions and understand their meaning.
Here is the really interesting thing about Paul Ekman. I'm scared to be around him.
Yeah, I was very kind of paranoid when he was around.
You just assume that he is going to just like peer right into your soul, and he's going to basically give you a printout of all of your bull.
To spot a lie using micro-expressions, it is important to look for inconsistencies between the person's verbal and nonverbal behavior.
Colleagues have touched on counterfeit goods, and I share their concerns very deeply. I'm also concerned about stolen goods. Mr. Bezos, are stolen goods sold on Amazon?
It's just that with over 1 million sellers, I'm sure that it has happened.
For example, if someone is saying one thing but their facial expression suggests something else, it could indicate that they are not telling the truth. There are different types of micro-expressions, each corresponding to a different emotion. The 7 universal emotions are happiness, sadness, fear, anger, surprise, disgust, and contempt. Spotting micro-expressions of these emotions can be useful in detecting deception. In summary, understanding micro-expressions and how they work can be a powerful tool in spotting lies. It takes practice to become skilled in identifying these subtle facial expressions, but with time and effort, it is possible to develop this essential skill. Dr. Paul Ekman's theory proposes that facial expressions are universal and innate, meaning that they are hardwired into the brain and can be observed across different cultures, languages, and ethnic groups. Fax has been widely used in various fields, such as psychology, sociology, and forensic science, to understand the emotions, intentions, and attitudes displayed through facial expressions. You have to realize, the average person lies 3 times per 10 minutes of conversation.
The question is never simply if someone is lying, it's why.
For more information on microexpressions and how to train yourself to become a human lie detector, visit Dr. Ekman's page linked in my YouTube description. For more content like this, like and subscribe to my YouTube and TikTok channels, and stay tuned for more. Imagine a world where time travel is no longer confined to the realms of science fiction.
Time travel. It's possible, sir.
Where do you come from?
I'm from the past.
Imagine being able to plant crops in the morning and then harvest those crops that very night. Or how about healing a wound with a localized time acceleration device? A device that can speed up time in a small focused area, reducing the time it takes to heal wounds. Take a moment with me to imagine this world. A world where time is no longer a constraint, but a tool. Remember Back to the Future? The flux capacitor is a fictional device from the Back to the Future movie franchise that was used to achieve time travel. According to the movies, the flux capacitor is powered by plutonium and generates the 1.21 gigawatts of electricity needed to create a temporal displacement field. Sounds like a giant load of fiction, right? The truth is actually a lot stranger than fiction. Let's explore further.
And you told me the whole story. You were standing on your toilet and you were hanging a clock and you fell and you hit your head on the sink. And that's when you came up with the idea for the flux capacitor, which is what makes time travel possible.
Right, Scott!
I was doing some experiments and I had another breakthrough, and that actually completes my work. So,
Really?
yes, it
Nice.
completes my theory when it comes to the pyramids and how they work, operate.
Oh, nice. I
Oh,
can't wait to hear about that.
Yeah, I don't want to get too much into it because I'm going to make it part of the presentation, right?
Oh, come on. You talk about pyramids. You got a little bit?
Okay, so I'll give you my theory on the pyramids. How about that?
Okay.
The pyramids are built on top of an aquifer, and that aquifer is made out of a piezoelectric crystal. So when the pyramids were in their glory days, the River Nile was really close to the front. And when the moon waxed and waned, the water would of course recede and come back in, right, with the tides. So when the water would come back in, it would fill up the aquifer and put pressure on that piezoelectric crystal, causing tons of voltage release. And because of the way that the pyramid is built, it's a big, giant capacitor, okay? And when the water would come up and that voltage would fly upwards, it would go up. But the voltage comes up, it gets contained within the whole pyramid itself because the pyramid is encased with a ceramic insulated stone. The granite being part piezoelectric and it rings with sound, all that voltage causes the water to break. So now you've got hydrogen and oxygen. There's two shafts that go up at certain angles. And if you look at where those angles are and where they're placed, and they come right up out of the side of the pyramid. One of them would be a hydrogen tube and the other would be oxygen. And I say that because hydrogen and oxygen, when they break and separate, one raises higher than the other. I'm not using the right term, but you know what I mean? As if one's, so one's lighter than the other, it moves faster than the other, so that the chamber or that tube is actually a little lower than the other one on the other side.
Do you have any ideas what the king's chamber could be? Could that possibly be a resonance chamber?
It was a sound chamber. When all that started to happen, you got to think when voltage breaks water, there's sound and it starts to echo, right? And that echo would vibrate the king's chamber. And because of the way that it's built, there's like different tones that go throughout the whole pyramid, pushing that energy all the way up. There's a couple more details that have to be added, but as far as I'm aware, because of the way that the pyramid worked, the whole base around the pyramid, there was temples that were built in front of the pyramid, behind the pyramid, and these are what the Egyptian priests used. And they had an ankh that would sit hanging on their waist, and everybody thought it was a religious item. Well, perhaps it was, but it had a lot more significance than that. So these temples,
technology?
Yes, it was. It was actually a tuning fork, but it was a special tuning fork. So these chambers or these temples that were at the base of the pyramid, they had 2 rooms in it. And let's say, okay, they referred to them as slaves. I don't think they were slaves. I think they had incentive and actually got paid. So one of the slaves, let's say, broke his arm. He'd come to the priest would go, okay. He'd look at his charts, he'd go, you have to come back at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Because the temple that he would bring them to had slits all around the very top of the temple so that the sun could come in at whatever angle at that time of day was needed. So at 2 o'clock, the person would come in, he would sit in the bigger room that was an echo chamber. The priest would go in the smaller room behind him, and there was a square that went between both rooms. That's where he put the ankh in. And he would smack that sucker, and it would vibrate throughout that room. The light coming in would come down at a certain angle, hitting the person who sat on that seat, and would give them the frequency of light, sound, and here's the beautiful part. Because the pyramid would cause the area all around it to have a negative energy because of the way that it would separate the whole environment, those people that were sitting in that chair would get enveloped with energy, vibration, like energy, which is vibration, light, and sound. And what would that do? A broken arm takes about 6 weeks. When the priest was done with him and he left, 3 days later he'd be back to work.
With this design, there is a slight smell of burnt air, but almost no sense of carbon emissions when putting your nose directly up to the exhaust. The brilliance of Bendel's design is in its simplicity and ability to replicate natural phenomenon. Further proof that nature is the most efficient energy machine. This is a plasmoid thunderstorm generator gas engine retrofit and industrial engine retrofit. They are proof of concepts for clean and efficient energy. This retrofit will turn any carbon engine into clean and super efficient oxygen factories using only gas for the initial start of the engine. For more details on how the Bendel engine works or how plasmoids are the future of renewable clean energy, subscribe to my TikTok or YouTube channel. I constantly push the bar by introducing you to forbidden and obscure knowledge. Take the red pill and subscribe now. Throughout modern history, there have been visionaries who dared to dream beyond the boundaries of conventional science. Inventors who sought to unlock the mysteries of alternative propulsion, anti-gravitics, and the enigma of over-unity energy. Yet, their stories remain shrouded in shadow. Many of these pioneers, their voices silenced, their visions extinguished. Some vanished into obscurity, while others paid the ultimate price. Suppression, it seems, has been a constant companion to innovation. But recently, there's been a glimmer of hope. A new generation of self-taught, open-minded, and independent scientists has emerged. A collective effort to combat the forces that seek to keep humanity in the dark. People like Marco Rodin, whose rediscovery of vortex-based mathematics is nothing short of mind-bending. They've pushed the boundaries of mathematical understanding, opening doors to a new realm of possibilities by describing numbers as physical stationary interstitiary vectors in space-time whose values don't change. Unlike traditional mathematics, where numbers change while functions remain constant, this paradigm shift recognizes that in reality, functions themselves can represent the changing variables, opening doors to a new understanding of mathematical relationships. And then there's Malcolm Bendel, a man with a vision that defies convention. He introduced the plasmoid unified model, a concept that calculates the resonant frequencies of everything from the elements to colors, shapes, and even polarized cardinal directions. But Bendel didn't stop at theory. He applied his unified field theory to a revolutionary concept, converting mass into clean energy. His ingenious design mimics nature's use of plasma, producing colossal amounts of pristine energy. Bendel's vision goes beyond energy. It's about reshaping our understanding of the world and harnessing the very forces of nature to propel us into a new era. As Tesla was once accredited as saying, throughout space there is energy. Is this energy static or kinetic? If static, our hopes are in vain. If kinetic, and this we know it is for certain, then it's a mere question of time when men will succeed in attaching their machinery to the very wheelwork of nature. In the shadows of suppressed technology, these visionaries are opening doors to a brighter, more sustainable future. The plasmoid engine, a symbol of hope, innovation, and the relentless pursuit of the unknown. Join us as we delve deeper into the mysteries of plasmoids and the brave souls who dare to challenge the status quo. Here on Divine Science. Stay tuned for our brand new show. For more videos on consciousness, zero-point energy, and other forms of forbidden knowledge, like and subscribe to my YouTube and TikTok channels. What are you waiting for? Take the red pill and arm yourself with forbidden knowledge. Subscribe today.
What's up? Yes. Yes, sorry. I had myself muted. Yeah. I think StreamYard, it looks like it's like Streamlabs, where you can kind of like customize the template and all that, add overlays and all that stuff. So awesome, yeah. So it's just like Streamlabs. So yeah, so you should be able to do a wide variety of stuff. I just, you know, we just have to learn how to do it. That's all. If you, yeah, if I'll try to look for some overlay packages from Motion Array, because I have a Motion Array account, and if there's anything interesting, I'll send it to you and see if you can use it. Hello? Yes. Yes, I am. Okay. Well, we'll take a look at it and see what's going on. Take a look under the hood.
There does exist multiple realms of existence, parallel universes of infinite potential and endless possibility. However, they are not what you might think. Parallel universes exist as echoes to the primary timeline that we live in. Like Schrodinger's cat, these parallel universes do not exist until they are physically measured or viewed by the main timeline. Until this happens, they are nothing more than mathematical potential energy. In this sense, all creative thought can be perceived as coming from one of these alternate potential timelines. This potential energy will collapse into existence once our brains tap into them using the universal consciousness energy field, giving rise to the wide array of artistic and creative ideas that manifest themselves in the form of human subjective experience. It is no secret that many brilliant writers gain inspiration from visions. Philip K. Dick notoriously admitted to this. He did not create worlds, he saw them. Adding to this theorem, the brain is basically an antenna, and electrical signals interpreted or created by the brain cannot be differentiated from one another. In other words, as Morpheus once said, what is real? How do you define real? If you're talking about what you can feel, what you can smell, what you can taste and see, then real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain. Expanding on these principles, one can imagine that dreams are nothing more than our own personalized pockets of existence, alternate dimensions of space-time in which we are the creators, albeit subconsciously. If psychedelic experiences and dreams are uncontrolled hallucinations, then reality must be a form of controlled hallucination, one in which our physical reality is being created from the potential energy of alternate timelines, making it a little bit easier to understand how our brains can create and mold our reality. The mind is the cause and reality is the effect. For more videos like this on consciousness, zero-point energy, sacred geometry, and alternative science, like and subscribe to Beneficence TV. We are on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Remember, beneficence is beautiful. And now a beneficent fact. Did you know that Isaac Newton, one of the most famous scientists in history, spent more time studying alchemy and number symbolism than modern science. This interest in alchemy started during his childhood when he was boarding in the attic of an apothecary's shop. However, much of his writings on alchemy may have been lost in a fire in his laboratory, leaving the true extent of his work in this area unknown. Newton even suffered a nervous breakdown during his period of alchemical work. Alchemy has been largely ridiculed and dismissed as pseudoscience, and its practitioners were often labeled as charlatans or fraudsters. However, recent scholarship has shown that alchemists made significant contributions to science and medicine, including the discovery of elements and the development of pharmaceutical drugs. Alchemy's focus on the transformation of matter and the study of the universe's hidden potential remains relevant today, and its earlier practitioners deserve a serious re-evaluation of their work. For more videos like this, subscribe to our YouTube and TikTok channels.
But the alternative is we're sitting on something right now that could change the entire landscape of the planet within 5 to 10 years if it's not suppressed.
Have you been frightened about the prospect of global catastrophe due to climate change? You're not alone, but there is a glimmer of shining hope within our dystopian reality. Recently, breakthrough developments of the Bendel engine and its independent verification have proven optimistic. In this short video, I'll break down this breaking news and explain how this technology has been suppressed for decades. Recently, Randall Carlson was on the Before School show talking about the controversy of the inventor, Malcolm Bendel, and his postponed episode of the Joe Rogan podcast recorded earlier this year.
You know, when I first, basically what happened was I was still at the point where, I had already been talking to several people that were involved with it, including the primary inventor, and then several other people that knew him, and I'd become convinced that there was something there. But in the interim, when that November show went out, but it rippled all the way around the planet.
He finally broke silence as to why one of the most important episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience has not been aired yet.
And several things happened. One is that the inventor, who had been isolated for almost 7 years on an island in the Indian Ocean, came to America. Number one, I inadvertently outed him. And then he was going to kind of teach me and guide me through the principles of plasma technology. In the interim, Jamie had pulled up this stuff from a couple of decades ago, which was basically stuff that found its way into the media, whose primary purpose was to discredit Malcolm and portray him as a grifter.
I do not wish to talk about it myself, but I've been a victim of quite a bit of suppression. So has any other legitimate researcher in this area.
Right. The reason was, and it's kind of a long story, but I've had it verified by several people who've been close to the whole thing. One of them is a best-selling Australian author, Roland Perry, who spent 4 years investigating this whole thing that went down in the early 2000s and late 90s when Malcolm discovered that there was a high probability that there was a major oil reservoir in Tasmania. And he got licensing to do exploratory drilling from the Tasmanian government. And he was raising money to do the exploratory drilling. Well, it turned out that one of the major oil companies had overstated their reserves by about 30%, which could have gotten him into a whole lot of trouble. Look, and here you've got this kind of lone, oil prospector. His background was in geochemistry. He had the licensing, the drilling license to drill, and they decided that if they could get control of that oil, it would solve their problem. What they did, their tactic was to try to scare away the investors. They bribed journalists, they bribed politicians to sort of concoct this whole narrative, and that's what they did, to portray him as a kind of a religious nut job, things like that. He's done things and said things that, gives them fuel in a way.
Most recently, Malcolm and Bob Grenier from the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project presented the thunderstorm generator to an audience of scientists in Zurich, Switzerland. Malcolm, who was initially met with some skepticism, that is until his engine was confirmed at the conference to reduce carbon emissions by turning waste exhaust into oxygen via a cold fusion process discovered and suppressed in the Pons-Fleischmann experiment.
And he was at MIT in the science office for education when he saw how they had changed the data on the reproducing the Pons-Fleischmann experiment, and he blew the whistle.
I inadvertently was looking through some piles of paper that had been given to me in a casual manner by all these hot fusion physicists as they were trying to do their calorimetric repeat of the Pons-Fleischmann experiment. And to my utter astonishment, I can remember sitting at my desk in my study and actually seeing these two sheets of paper, one dated July 10th, 1989, and another dated July 13th, 3 days apart. The difference between July 10th and 13th was dramatic, and I was stunned. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It looked like monkey business to me at the time, and it has turned out to be exactly that. It was a lower echelon person in the Plasma Fusion Center at MIT, one of the 16 authors of a scientific paper done under Department of Energy contract that had altered data. And that data is scientific fraud, as far as I'm concerned, and many other people are concerned.
Between Bob Grenier, a highly credible engineer, and all the independent researchers at the Tesla conference, there shouldn't be any more controversy regarding the thunderstorm generator. It really does work. Jordan from Alchemical Science has personally verified the engine on his channel, and I highly suggest you give it a watch. Malcolm's presentation in Switzerland gives a clear and concise explanation as to what exactly is happening within the generator. The thunderstorm generator has shown a remarkable ability to increase efficiency by disassociating oxygen and hydrogen and then feeding said hydrogen back into the engine. Utilizing sacred geometric principles and specific ratios, the thunderstorm generator successfully replicates a thunderstorm in a bottle.
I treat air, and out of air, I make it more than just providing oxygen for the combustion process. There are combustion-stimulating molecules and radicals generated in this process. Thunderstorm in a bottle.
We've already proven this is possible with the star in a jar experiment.
Contained in a flask of liquid. This star in a jar is made when a sound wave is passed through a small bubble inside a flask of liquid. And this sound wave makes the bubble do something remarkable. First it expands, then it collapses. And this collapse happens so violently that vapor molecules trapped inside the bubble slam together and heat up so much that the bubble gives off an incredible burst of heat and light, several thousand times a second, giving the appearance of a star.
A revolutionary discovery of producing plasma in the form of microbubbles within a vacuum chamber of water. Using ultrasound, these microbubbles produce tiny amounts of plasma, as confirmed by the ultraviolet light radiating from the jar. It is highly suspected that these bubbles are forming plasmoids, which are plasma contained in the form of a torus shape. By structuring how the bubbles implode using sound or compression, the symmetrically collapsed bubbles produce a self-contained electromagnetic field capable of absorbing, storing, and releasing enormous amounts of energy. It's estimated that up to 100 kilovolts can be released when the clusters of plasmoids explode, as proven by Ken Shoulders and his work with charge clusters.
Microscopic ball lightning. The late physicist Ken Shoulders developed a technology called charge clusters, which are likened to ball lightning. When they are discharged, they actually tap into the zero-point energy field. This is where most of the power in Stan Meyer's device was coming from. Like Stan, Ken Shoulders faced terrible suppression.
And so I met with this CEO, and he says, yes, they approved a $5 million grant from DOE so we could develop this further, because one of the effects it had that they were really pursuing was putting low-level, initially, radioactive waste in these charge clusters, and it would cause isotopes that were non-radioactive to be created. What does this mean? You clean up all the radioactive waste. However, the phenomenon, the reason it was doing it was that it was actually activating, as it were, this baseline energy field that's at the fabric of space and time. And that's what they didn't want out. So in the rarest of events, that grant was published, and these vicious people who want to keep all this stuff secret went into the Secretary of Energy's office and said, pull that grant. And they pulled it.
Utilizing the lens of Marco Rodin's vortex theory, this makes sense. Based on his theory, everything in the universe is a vortex. It is nature's path of least resistance. Bendel confirms this by discovering that all elements are plasmoids. These vortexes exist from the quantum level all the way to black holes, which leads one to ponder. Does a white hole actually exist in the back of every black hole? New discoveries in astrophysics says there very well could be a white hole at the back of every black hole, sucking things in and then spitting them out. Chaos and creation, yin and yang, as above, so below. These new discoveries could lead to unifying gravity with the other fundamental forces of the universe, finally bridging the gap between quantum physics and general relativity. However, plasmoids aren't a new discovery. They have been a forbidden science for decades. A secret science that had cost some inventors their lives. The realization that there could be hidden knowledge kept from the general public in order to maintain a status quo, one that relies heavily on the petrodollar. It's not an easy pill to swallow.
It's not a small thing. It's not a matter of finding proof for some technology, for some invention, and convincing everybody of it. You can't convince somebody of something that so totally contradicts their basic assumptions about the universe.
From the legacy of Martin Fleischmann to Stan Meyer's suspected plasmoid water-powered engine, the history of this suppressed science is well documented if you know where to look. Although these shadowy figures have left their fingerprint of void evidence, they are the reason why Malcolm has to assemble his thunderstorm generator before a conference and cannot rely on the Postal Service to deliver his specialty-made parts.
Malcolm and his team rolled up there and banged together a fresh thunderstorm generator a day before the conference as usual. And if you're wondering why it has to be this way, I don't really want to be the one to break it to you, but there are some people out there who make life honestly quite difficult for Malcolm. Let's just say that his parcels rarely arrive where and when he needs them. And he's getting quite used to this, and he's been smuggling his spheres all around the world in his suitcase for years trying to get this out there. So this isn't just some story from Malcolm either. I've personally been in contact with many of the people who've worked with on this project with him at some point or other, and the situation is well known and acknowledged. So Malcolm's been relentlessly suppressed and attacked over the years because he is onto something very big. At any rate, the new bang-up prototype worked for the conference, and they were able to demonstrate the reduction in carbon monoxide and dioxide and increase in oxygen as usual, to applause from the crowd. And you can check out these videos on the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project YouTube channel.
That is why pioneers like Marco Rodin, Malcolm Bendel, Randy Powell, Jordan from Alchemical Science, and other independent researchers are the true heroes of renewable energy. They have fought to open source this technology for the benefit of the world. It is the only true strategy to circumvent suppression. The suppression we've seen time and time again.
Black shelving. So someone comes along, they offer you $20 million for your device, it's a corporation, they put it on a shelf. So national security orders, we're going to show you one from a man we just met with. Patent seizures. Financial entanglements from investors because they're doing their whole business and legal strategy wrong. Legal entanglements where they end up in court. Threats to the individuals. I had a guy under contract building one. All you have to do is have some thugs come in and say, you, your wife, you're dead, you stop this. And he stopped. and then scientific fraud.
Smear campaigns that attempt to discredit someone's character. Classic logical fallacies that distract from the real argument of, does this technology actually work, and onto a more primitive instinct. Deflection is something we also see reflected in our political system, a tried and true technique to discredit anyone who disrupts the current macroeconomic system. It's time to summarize the groundbreaking science that Bendel explained during his conference. As Jordan puts it, these energy clusters are quasi-stable formations that exist everywhere. They're all around us. However, conventional science doesn't recognize them. Many scientists have called them different names: monopoles, charged clusters, radiant energy. As it turns out, these are all used to describe the phenomenon of static electricity, a revolutionary discovery hidden in plain sight, as the true nature of static electricity has eluded scientists for centuries. As we break through these chains of suppression, we are about to experience a radical change of our civilization. A drastic paradigm shift is about to happen with this revolutionary plasmoid technology. Are you prepared? For more videos like this, and updates on plasmoid technology and other forms of forbidden knowledge, subscribe to my channel, Beneficence TV. Beneficence is beautiful.
All right, we're live. It's late night. I guess it's only 9 p.m. on Pacific Coast, but midnight on the eastern side of things. But it's still Friday where we are. Free Energy Friday. We're going to discuss a whole bunch of different science and
Well,
we
look
got.
who it is. Anthony.
Right, got Anthony on it tonight too, right? Welcome Anthony, Nathan, Mike, Lulu, Ben, and great work all of you guys have been doing, and girls, I should say, ladies out there watching, tuning in. There's lots of you, and we will be covering some electroculture experiments tonight. I got a little book with some ancient, or not ancient, but old, about 60 to 80-year-old science and results in here that we'll talk about. Show some pictures of my own garden and the monoatomics, the agricultural alchemy that I've been doing the experiments there, and also get into all the work that everyone else on the panel's been doing. So, yeah, I guess a lot of us here who wants to start off with what you guys, I guess you were just doing League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, or Inventors, sorry. Mike, while we got you, yeah, do you want to just give a little recap of what you're covering there? Because I know you're on the East Coast, so you're going to go on the...
Yeah, it's like midnight here now, so I'm getting a little sleepy-eyed. That's why my camera's off, so I don't look so sleepy-eyed. Yeah, just the last week has been working on my power cell technology. So right now, I think I touched base on that last week about trying to find the graphite plates to actually make the cell. To get the ones that I need is actually military grade, so like basically next to impossible. So I came up with the idea of actually fabricating my own plates. So I'm working on a couple of concepts on how to do that and make it work. So hopefully that my test this weekend will actually give me some good results on fabricating graphite plates.
Nice.
So I got a couple of prototypes made right now. One I actually stripped down because of putting in a special insert that goes in the plates. Hold on one second. Sorry about that.
No worries, but good to hear that you're actually implementing and have the first prototype set up to run, and you'll have results on that.
Yeah, I gotta do some 3D printing this weekend. I actually gotta print off these separators that actually create the space in between the two plates, and then
Essentially making an anode and cathode out of them by having them separated, or
yeah. Well, yes, it has to have separation because there's special materials that go in between that. I can't get into that because it's still in the test phase.
proprietary experiments.
Yeah, right now I'm trying to back engineer Michael Kantz's crystal power cells that he was making back in. I guess he started his first project was around 2008, and then he started making some huge grounds on it around 2017. So he had a cell run actually for 6 years. So it was producing power for 6 years. So
are those similar to the Hutchinson crystal cells or different?
It's similar, but there's a lot more elements involved. He's also using, like, say, silicon carbide. He actually has one plate that has silicon carbide. Now, if you research silicon carbide, it's actually an essential element that they use in N-channel and P-channel MOSFETs. So if that matrix is created properly, it creates the lattice structure of the crystal, and energy can flow through this a lot more effectively. It becomes like a semiconductor. It's basically the building block of the semiconductor. So that is in one plate, but everything else on the inside I can't really talk about. But yeah, so I'm dealing with some very interesting fabrication, to say the least. So it's not easy. A lot of collaboration with a partner of mine that's working on this right now. So right now, the big hurdle is the graphite plates. So I have to come up with my own version of that because just the availability, right? I can't get a hold of them. And if you do get a hold of them, they're usually very, very small. So that's the big problem with getting plates right now. So,
Well, wish you success with that, and that's a crucial part of doing real science and developing technology is figuring out ways to develop the process of making and manufacturing.
yeah, it boils to material science and also the actual building method has to be done correctly.
Can't heat treat
if you
graphite
get-
or something?
Yeah,
hear
it's
static?
yeah, I hear a funny static in the background. I don't know.
Yeah,
where
I
it's
hear
coming
I
from.
do too. I'm trying one thing to see if it cuts it. No, so it wasn't my other screen, or did it? Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna try to
No.
mute everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, Anthony, I think you were the culprit, sir. Just reload your reload. Yep, definitely you. As soon as it unmuted, so
Rejoin.
just refresh your browser, Anthony, and it should fix it. It does that sometimes.
The video's much better.
Ooh, it's really bad.
Sounds like an alien sound.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can't
it's
hear
like
you.
that.
You're talking, but it's
Sorry.
coming out.
I have to mute you, brother. But yeah, just Anthony, just hit refresh on the browser, and it should fix it.
And check the window. Make sure you don't have visitors.
Anthony's got alien visitors. Yeah, I was
Right?
thinking,
they're-
right, exactly.
They're
Never mind,
hijacking
Nathan.
his line. They're
It's like,
But
that
yeah,
sounded kind of weird. It sounded like somebody was crossing the lines on the telephone or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That's what it sounded like.
Tapping
So
in.
yeah,
Which
So-
alphabet agency?
We definitely
So
want Anthony to come in clear.
basically, right now it's coming up with a very effective and very cost-effective building method. It's one thing to build a cell, but is it easy to mass produce? I like to have like an assembly line going where I have all the plates lined up and I start fabricating each stage.
No, it's still going. Anthony, maybe
I've got a
going
fake
to.
on the other end. Could that be
There
it?
you go. Now we can hear you.
Oh, did it stop? Maybe it did stop.
Yeah, he wasn't coming through. His audio wasn't. That was him talking before, but it wasn't coming through.
Oh,
Right,
for
we
sure.
go
Yeah, I
on.
think it's fixed now. I think we're good.
Okay, good. I got a fan in the other room. If I can turn that off if that still causes a problem.
No, it was your connection the first time. It's good now.
Yeah,
Got you on another port.
Maybe you can get some. They got silicon carbide sandpaper. Maybe you can scrape some off and use that.
Well, no, I have a source. Actually, the pottery shop has every single element that I need.
Oh, okay.
So I got a 5 kilo bag of silicon carbide. So
What do they use that for?
Yeah, silicon
Jeremiah, you
carbide.
can't tease us with that.
They
No,
they use it in pottery making to actually strengthen the actual pottery. So they've got a huge selection of elements. I was really shocked on how much they have.
Is that
get-
part of the stuff that's like used in making water glass? Is it called? That's
It
part
could
of the
be.
process of geopolymer.
Yeah, and also making like actual glass itself. Silicon carbide creates the structure and strength of the glass. So, but it has different properties, like also static and semiconductor material. They use it in a lot of chips and diodes. So, yeah, silicon carbide's a very big element that's in the cell. Also, quartz crystal will also be used in the cell as well, but that's about all I can really say. So it's kind of like taking John Hutchison's and going way farther with it.
right? Like generation 5 or 6 sort of thing of combining a whole bunch of
More
other
like
technologies in.
more like generation 50. Yeah,
Wow.
it takes what Hutchison has and just goes way higher.
Did
Because
John ever release the ingredients to his battery?
Oh, absolutely. We've had Nancy and John on a couple times where we were going over specifically the crystal battery cells and replicating them. But I'm not sure if he ever gave the specifics on the more advanced ones that were like in the capacitor units or whatever.
Yeah, I remember there was a specific unit that he didn't disclose, or at least he said in the video he wasn't going to disclose the information at the time.
Yeah, it was, well, those ones there, I believe, were he was really dabbling into the piezoelectrics. So the piezoelectric effect inside the battery cell was actually a part of it. And that's actually what's. So my power cells actually got that effect. So what happens is quartz crystal, when it's activated, okay, it will expand up to 300 times in volume. It actually grows.
What do you mean by activated?
When you energize it, the lattice structure increases in volume. It actually expands. Like a
Did Hutchison release the 100-watt version?
Or
yeah, that's
the
interesting.
Was it the Johnny balls that Nancy called them? That was like another design that they were going to bring in and share, but never got to.
It could be. All I know is, based on the research that Michael Kantz was doing, he says that the quartz crystal, when it is activated, it expands. Now, he had some very early cells that he made that didn't allow for extra space for the expansion and actually cracked the cell. So you actually have to make the engineer the cell to actually expand with the growth of the crystal structure when it's activated. And when
Similar to like water freezing into crystals and expanding too, right?
Right, kind of like that, but
designing or engineering.
Right. So when the power is taken away or the load has been released, the crystal structure now shrinks. It goes back down. And then when the load comes back on again, it expands. So there's a substance that I put in there to allow the expansion to happen. And that's part of the proprietary stuff that I'm working on. So Michael Kantz said in his early test cells, they actually cracked the graphite, actually fractured it. So he had to come up with some kind of matrix on the inside that would allow it to expand every time he drew a load.
Yeah, how do you keep contact to something that keeps changing size?
Well, that's part of the proprietary, what's going on inside.
I guess you could put like a spring mechanism in there so it's always compressed.
Right. So that's part of the proprietary matrix that I'm making. So it allows it to expand without fracturing the plates.
So John said that his batteries, once the sediment or whatever that he had in them set, they would just output a certain amount of energy and it wouldn't dissipate at all. Is that similar to your batteries?
Yeah, but at a lot higher of a potential. So the voltage, Michael Kantz's designs and my designs that I produce is between 1.55 to 1.75 volts within that range. But what's different between my cell and Hutchison's cell, his cell can only produce in the milliamps. Mine produces amps.
So yours is more useful.
I've had, I like my small test cells were putting out over 2 amps.
Wow, yeah, that's definitely more practical than the milliamp
Now,
range.
my partner, he built a cell that was, I believe, about 6 inch by 6 inch. He was getting over 17 amp pulses.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
Massive pulses.
Yeah.
So the way these batteries have to be utilized, you cannot draw a continuous load. If you do that, you will kill the cell. so it has to be pulsed. So he would get into cycle pulsing. It'd be like 2 seconds on, 7 seconds off.
So
2
they would
seconds
have to
on.
be adapted to traditional technology of today, like say if you wanted to charge a cell phone.
Yeah, you would have like a pulse circuit that would, a pulse timer circuit, and every time the pulse would come through, that would go to charging your large batteries, marine batteries or whatever large storage medium you want to use, and then that large storage medium, you hook that up to a very large inverter, and there you go. You got a power system that will sustain itself. So Kansas cells were lasting 5-6 years and still putting out power.
Oh, nice.
So
That's pretty
provided
cool.
that you
Amazing.
Hey, Gerald.
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
Hey,
welcome. And Jeremiah, how dare you be taunting with spinning plasma experiments that you're doing and not be here showing it for us all when you have the link? Sorry to interrupt. Mike, please.
Yeah, don't tease. Maybe he's got a
just
UFO
popped
and
it
he's
up
not telling
again.
anybody about it.
Oh.
So what exactly is he doing with the plasma?
No, he's spinning mercury.
Oh, it's spinning mercury.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Eric Hecker. And yeah, actually, that is a good topic for us to discuss here in the second half a little bit of the geoengineering, the weather manipulation, earthquake, I guess, generating or effect technology that Eric Hecker experienced down at the South Pole.
Oh, yeah. He was definitely part of an interferometry system. Definitely. Or scalar wave technology, call it what you will.
Right? The faster than light communication potential of the neutrino detector array that's down there.
Oh, yeah. Eric knew what he knows what he's talking about. Shout out to Eric Hacker, by the way.
Absolutely. Yeah, maybe we'll finish this episode off. I'll play a little bit of him and Dutch Sense's interview we did a while ago.
Oh, yeah, that was yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, Gerald, you were on that for sure.
Yep.
You were part of that. But yeah, sorry to
Jeremiah. I think he's already achieved space travel, like space time. Traveling into the future, and he just doesn't tell anybody about it. I'm 100% convinced that he has achieved it.
Right? Like, JP, do you have like portals or an actual UFO in your spare room
I'm
or
convinced
garage?
that with the level of knowledge he's got, I don't doubt it one bit that he has achieved it, but he just doesn't say it to anybody.
Lulu, you sound like you're in a fishbowl.
I'm in my car. Does it sound staticky?
Who said that?
That sounds like you're in a bowl in a car.
It
Essentially
sounds like
the same, right?
Yeah, it sounds like you got like some kind of low pass filter on.
All right, let me try to fix it.
It's like a really old vintage telephone.
Oh, Mike, for that power cell, maybe vibrate it when it starts up, or just to compact it more. Probably
Yes,
get more power out.
we were already discussing that. Actually, vibrating it during the fabrication process.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Yes, that's better. Oh, you're out of the fishbowl.
No, it was connected to my car, the Bluetooth, and I think that's
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no,
Much,
I was
much
saying
better.
about Jeremiah. I'm 100% sure that he has achieved some form of space-time communication, or at least communication. I'm not sure about travel, but communication definitely. I don't doubt it. He asked me to do a few experiments. I'm still waiting for the results on his end to see if it worked. So we'll see. Yeah.
Oh, really? Is this a
Yes.
little bit of disclosure? Jeremiah, see, now you have to join to, refute or confirm these allegations.
Yeah.
And show your rotating Mercury vortex that you currently have going on, and does
I
that have
don't.
anything
Okay,
to do with
he
it?
did. He never said anything about rotating Mercury, but he asked me.
Oh, he's saying that in the live chat right now that he's doing that.
Okay,
Oh, he's
Talking
what
about
creating.
what
He's
what
he's
we
creating
discussed was not
Diglocka.
about, at least he didn't make me aware of any live Mercury. But if he was doing that on the other end part of the experiment, I don't know. But we'll see if somehow energy transfers, and if an object was knocked
Let me send a
down.
message to Jay real quick. The Jay, the iron ring, it needs to be hollow, and it has to be a ball inside there turning, or something in there, a gas, a magnetized gas, a gas that could be magnetized.
Hey, Jeremiah, do the experiment live.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Oxygen's
saying. Like,
paramagnetic, isn't it?
I think aligning the molecules is not going to do it. It needs to be moving matter.
I think one of these days we're just going to see this bright flash like lightning hit and then wonder where Jeremiah went.
Yeah.
Like the, what's that called? The large LHC, like the LHC does it.
He's going to show up with a DeLorean from the future.
You know, that's what we should all be building, is miniature LHC devices.
He's going to have Homeland Security show up at his doorstep.
And they won't be knocking
the
nice.
whole goal is to not have that happen.
Where
until your device is
the
functional.
Diglocka? Where is the Diglocka? We want it.
Isn't the whole point having them show up and telling them, well, we're not going to stop until you give us an open access to everything, so we can actually conduct these experiments with your approval,
Yeah, there's no route to do it legitimately.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's one way to go to jail.
Why would you go to jail? You're not intending on harming anybody. You're intending on evolving humanity.
Yeah, but you're challenging their authority, and they don't. Yeah, you're challenging their authority, and they don't like that.
They want to tell people things are impossible, so people don't experiment and learn.
But you have to break the laws of physics, which scale down to the real laws, in order for you to be able to get new technology.
It's not actually breaking the laws, because their major thing is the second law of thermodynamics, but that only applies to a closed system circuits, and that it's like everything that we're doing is open circuits of higher dynamics and dimensions of energy fields that are interacting.
Not to mention, when Einstein wrote that equation, it was meant for linear acceleration in a vacuum. It had nothing to do with spin or nonlinear systems.
Slow down there, Jeremy, because I'm sorry, Gerald, this is a topic that I'm not informed on here. What we just, I know what you just said, I wasn't informed on. That much I know.
So what weren't you informed on?
Centrifugal.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, Albert Einstein's equation was meant for linear acceleration in a vacuum. He wasn't E equals MC squared. Wasn't meant for a circular system or a spinning system. It had nothing to do with it. It's a different calculation altogether.
Well, that may be, you mean the linear in a vacuum. That's for time travel, though, right? Or
yeah, basically time travel, matter, antimatter, quantum physics comes out of that calculation.
But the spin I am saying is for gravitational, not time travel. I never say that, but
yeah, I stay away
I
from.
guess that's what the time travel thing is, the linear acceleration. I see now.
Yeah,
I mean that makes sense to some degree. I never saw it like that though.
Most people don't because they assume that Albert Einstein's equation is applied to everything. Well, it's really not. You got to look at the context that he wrote it in and when he wrote it.
Linear, what would you call it? Linear acceleration in a vacuum?
Yeah, in a vacuum. It was never meant to be applied to nonlinear systems, which is basically like a wheel
opposite.
or spinning magnets or
It's
a spinning
the
electromagnet.
it's the complete inverse of a linear system. Is the the 360 turn.
Exactly.
Geometrically speaking, it's the complete inverse.
Yeah, you could say that too.
Hey, you know, if that rotating plasma is like modulated with extremely low frequency current, that would match the Free and Aquino experiments for anti-gravity. That's what he says is like way under 1 hertz for the ELF modifies gravity at that frequency. And the lower you get, the more efficient it gets. The lower frequency. He actually uses 1 microhertz in some of his experiments.
Yeah,
that's a really old HP frequency generator.
Interesting. I wonder if
Low
I could
amplitude?
that one day. That'd be an awesome thing.
Yeah, I should try that.
Low
Some
amplitude?
experiments he uses a ton of current. When he was at 60 hertz, he used, I can't remember what the current was, but I think it was something like 200 amps, 200 amps. But when he got down to the microhertz range, it was way more efficient. So he was only using a couple of amps or less. So it was, I mean, it was scaling big time. So, you know, you drop it by 1/10 the frequency, you get about, 10 times more output.
He was
so
using
power level's
centrifugal
gonna be
effect, or
it's what?
he was using the centrifugal method, right?
No, it wasn't the centrifugal. It was the fact that it's I don't get all the principles behind that, but
Well, it was spinning, right?
It wasn't that it was centrifugal. It's that it was plasma in a vacuum, and that in one experiment, he wasn't using plasma. Well, hold it. He used plasma for one using fluorescent tubes, but they weren't circular. They were just linear. And in another one, he had a large setup of a torus transformer, only used as electromagnet. So it wasn't the rotation that mattered. What mattered was that it was extremely low frequency electromagnetic field. But spinning that around, to keep things consistent, would produce that. I don't know why they have such high rotation or how that adds. I've heard other things about that, but that wasn't part of the Aquino thing.
Low frequency is a huge wave, so it's.
I think alien scientists also mentioned that spinning it like that causes spin polarization, but that part's above me.
ELF is very big waves. They're the size of skyscrapers,
Spin polarization and possible nuclear magnetic resonance as well.
Right.
Yeah.
I've been wondering about that too.
Well, I mean, if you think about 9/11, you can use ELF for that thing too, because they're the size of skyscrapers, these waves.
Yeah, I'm thinking if you get it high enough, it's that you're not just messing with the gravity, but you can also make the atoms unstable and break the bonds. So
that's
the whole thing about
if you follow Dr. Judy Wood's work of justification,
But there's a few components that have to come into play when that occurs. It's not just resonance and then you're breaking apart molecules. There has to be a hydrogen factor involved in there and oxygen, and there's a few things that have to be involved, but definitely possible.
I'm thinking it may be similar to high voltage effects, because if you have enough high voltage, I've read some old experiments with Tesla coils, and one of the ones was talking about where they put wood on the terminals, and sometimes they got like a little bit of a glow inside, and other times the wood just exploded into like 1,000 little splinters. It was like it broke the bonds, and plus the stress of it. But I mean, there's stress there, but You wouldn't think it would be enough to break anything.
Yeah, Nathan and I were talking about that the other day with wood accepting charge.
Yeah.
And also how like with twisters, how the wood goes like when entering
2x4
from one to the other, essentially one of the Hutchinson effects or the reported Philadelphia effects of matter like becoming disintegrating or becoming gel, or not even just like a foam.
You mean like how
that
stuff
then-
ends up in trees that way?
yeah, disintegrates and then lets a solid object pass through part of it, then materializes with the other solid completely in it without like forcing itself in, sort of thing.
Yeah, like the 2x4 through the telephone pole in Altona, Manitoba, one back in the 90s.
In an old alien scientist video, he mentioned that I may have this backwards, but if you go above the atom's resonant frequency, it was either above or below, but it could cause a phase change. And I've asked him about that since then, and he just said he didn't get into it too much. He didn't have the details. I don't know if he was afraid to go further, but I can't find any reference for that anywhere of being able to cause a phase change like that, to where he could turn a solid into a liquid. But if anybody knows anything about that, I would certainly not like to know what it's called. And, if there's any experiments.
And who was the
Hutchinson
inventor of that?
effect demonstrated some kind of like jellification of the metals.
That was Jeremy Reese, the alien scientist. One of his old videos that was talking about that day we're not supposed to talk about. Trying not to get you dinged, but you know what I'm talking about.
No, I got you.
That looks like a nice HG glow. What do you got going on there, Jeremiah?
And welcome, sir. Oh, you're muted. If you're
so don't mind the sound of the vacuum pump. Sorry about that in the background. Try to get real in close on the mercury here. So I'll show you what's going on a little bit. Underneath here is a rotor, and this rotor is a 4-pole BLDC or brushless DC rotor from an in runner, and spin it up on the Dremel. And so it produces a rotating magnetic field that swirls around this. And inside this test tube is another test tube there. Yep. And it's hollow on the inside.
Oh, okay, good.
So
I was hoping you weren't spinning the glass.
Right, that can slip right over the rotor, and so when we spin up the rotor, we can see that it drags the mercury around with it.
Nice.
Oh, that's so cool.
Is that like the semicircle, like half north, half south? I can't think of the word for it, but it's not up and down like a torus. It's side to side.
Cone?
Sorry, say it one more time, because again, I'm right next to a vacuum with the Dremel tool that's making a heck of a sound. So,
which way were the magnets polarized? Yeah, which way were the magnets polarized?
So the field lines close from the outside. They come north out to a south, south out to a north, north out to a south, and south out to a north to close it. So it's a 4-pole rotor, and those field lines that come out and they close back around through the liquid loop of mercury, which is basically just a solid cylinder.
Right.
That's hollow. And so the magnetic field encompasses it much better than our previous test tube experiments. And so right now it's under high vacuum. And I don't want to run this for an extraordinarily long time because technically there is a tiny amount of mercury vapor that's making its way up vacuum nozzle and being pumped back out into the vacuum pump. And so I don't want to get that into the atmosphere that I'm breathing. And after this, I will have to open up the windows and vent the place out just for basic safety protocol because I don't have a mercury particle density detector.
Yeah, maybe do that outside because if that breaks.
Right, but so I do have a cache tray that I'll be placing underneath it right now, and That's just in case, but I can
It's
spin
the
this
gas
up.
mercury
Unfortunately,
that's
lights aren't
dangerous.
dark enough right now, but if the lights are completely turned off, there is a triboluminescent glow, and you get these bubbles that kind of get dragged along the surface here. You can see them. So there's a triboluminescent glow under extremely high vacuum. It's just so dim that we can't see it clearly with the eye. If I add the rotation, I'm going to add some high voltage now too from a high frequency AC source.
Do you think that's like an electrostatic or like a cavitation effect for when you're shaking the mercury and getting the light?
Oh, it's well, we're getting both. We're getting both the air cavitation effect, and we're getting an electrostatic phenomenon.
Okay, oh, cool.
That's nice. Is that the
How
glow
much
at the
power are you
top there?
putting in that?
About 35 watts.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a pretty decent amount.
That's awesome. Appreciate you joining and sharing.
Yeah, that's really
There's
cool, Jared.
A rotating magnet on there? Yeah, I see.
You know, maybe if you could put something on the inside of the tube just in case you do bump it.
Oh, it's already got a plastic lining, if that's what you're wondering.
Yeah, just so so the rotor doesn't hit it, or if it does, protect it.
Yeah, it's got a plastic lining in case the rotor does bump it. So there's some safety factor already in place, and then there's a catch tray underneath it. So
that's good.
If something does go incredibly bad, then there's some place for it to fall.
I'd hate to see it break and you just like accident and inhale it.
You know, the fluorescent bulbs have a small amount of mercury in there.
Yeah.
So if you break one, open the window,
Makes you wonder how much
sweep
your
off,
houses are
and wash the
contaminated
floor.
by them breaking.
Believe it or not, there's more. You got to worry more about feelings than anything else when it comes to mercury.
Yeah. Seen some places where they were talking about that being an EPA thing if you just break 1 CFL.
Yeah,
yeah, I'm
it's
not
more
really worried
more
about
dangerous to have fillings, amalgam fillings, than anything else.
Probably, yeah.
Or to wear felt clothing or felt hats. They're made with. They have mercury. Felt has wool. Wool naturally has mercury in it.
Yeah, the old Mad Hatter
Yeah,
thing
that's where the
was-
Mad Hatter comes from. The felt hats, right? I actually made that mistake once. I bought a hat for a 10-day hike, and I wore it for 10 days. And I do recall having some mental issues some months later.
Would it all just still put off a little bit of vapor?
The felt.
That's why I
yeah.
got one of these, because
The
you
right.
you
The
Mad
Mad
Hatter.
Hatter.
Yeah, that's
Well, that explains a lot.
I wouldn't wear it.
Oh, so
I
that's
do,
where
I
you
do.
extracted the mercury.
So I usually plug my card into the side here. There's a really nice slot, and my LED card will light up the nice side with a good 7/8.
heck yeah.
That's a felt hat.
A wizard matter hat.
I like that. That's neat. Do you have a cane that goes with it?
Well, no need for
gotta
a
have
cane
a
when you
light.
carry around a wand.
That works.
That's
And
right.
You gotta have a monocle too.
That
a
shoots
monocle.
lightning. And
That it does.
Wow.
Oh, the electric magic wand is way too much fun. I'll be honest. Like something that you can basically flip out a piece of plastic from your pocket, and make a 1 foot long lightning bolt with something that you're just holding in your hand. Now that's pretty nifty, and so is the levitation.
You're getting a
stuff,
foot out of that? You're getting a foot arc out of that thing? I mean, it's not very narrow.
Well, there's a bit of a trick to make it reach that kind of outside potential. So it only has 130 kV output capability on its own, and 130,000 volts is still nothing to mess around with, because that'll give you a 5-inch spark no problem on its own. And if you get the impedance match right and it's a low humidity day, you can get more out of it. It used to actually try to arc down the sides of the wand and go back to the user handle, which was no good, because if your hand was a little too far up on it, then it would try to ground out to you. But yeah, it would arc down the outside, and I've had that thing kind of go into a runaway mode where it's drawn about 6 or 7 amps off those little double cell batteries, and it's wonderful because, well, if you use some polypropylene film, which is what I can roll up and throw in my pocket and carry around, you can use the polypropylene film in 2 layers to create a mobile capacitor by surface charging. No need for foil. No need for any kind of conductive surfaces. The ions in the air will do just fine as a conductive plate. And so you can create this multi-layered capacitor by charging up each plate to over 100,000 volts, and you can just throw them on top of each other, literally just tossing the plates on top of each other until they reach such a high potential that they'll create over a foot-long lightning bolt that just leaps through the air.
Was that
And
also
so
how you
pretty
can,
nifty.
what was it called? Where you get an arc, but it doesn't branch out. It's just very straight. I can't think of the name of that you called it.
No, this one does tend to branch out quite a bit, and the reason for why it branches out is it doesn't have an actual plate on the surface of the dielectric. So there's no metal conductor to set the boundary conditions, and so free flowing ions just are deposited from the atmospheric gases, and they stick to the surface. And on the negative side, free electrons are pulled up, and they stick to the surface. And
I
so
thought
they'll
maybe
get.
part of it was wanting to follow the magnetic field of the coil, but does that?
Well, there's
does that
no
have
coil.
anything to do with it?
In this case, it would be
Oh, it's
purely
not a
DC.
lengthwise like Tesla coil.
No coil in this case. This is purely DC high potential electrostatics delivered
really?
with quite a bit of current. Yeah. So, I mean, technically, it falls under the category of electrostatic systems, but technically, it's not an electrostatic because it's an electrodynamic system due to the flowing charge. This system operates primarily by transporting charges from one place to another, and it does that through a cascade multiplier. And it's all built it right into the wand. And so, like, Electro Boom copied my wand because, well, he wanted one for his, 4 million subscriber self-celebration.
Who's Electro Boom? Never heard of him. Sorry.
That's funny.
It's well said. Well said.
4 million subscribers, and I haven't heard of him.
Yeah. You ever see the guy that the Russian does his eyebrows
Algo's not
thing?
pushing in my way. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that guy's great. His heated seat was the best.
Yeah, he referenced my channel when he was making his video about his homemade electric magic wand, like several years after we released ours. And he's like, he showed a brief clip of our video and said, well, these guys use 100 picofarad capacitors and they try to make it safe. I don't care about safety. So he used these big, like 1,000 picofarad
he's one
capacitors.
of those sky
That
jumpers.
guy's dangerous.
Base jumpers or whatever. What do you call it? Parachuters, or the guys that like to jump out of planes with a parachute for fun and pay for it.
I don't want to necessarily promote this guy's channel, but if you haven't seen it,
risk
then you
takers.
should at least be familiar with like his electric magic wand video, because you see little clips of our stuff in there. But anyways, know that this is a fantastic device to carry around. I usually travel with that and the tiny Titan Tesla coil, which is this little palm-sized Tesla coil. It stands about 3 inches tall, can produce a little over a 3-inch spark, and it can run off a battery pack. That's 3 inches tall with its battery pack. It's about 2.5 inches tall without that.
How long does it last? 5 minutes? And you got to recharge?
Yeah, about 5 to 12 minutes. One of the reasons why it lasts a little longer is because it recycles its own energy. And so as it's running, the ground feedback current that's in excess of the MOSFET gate drive potential gets clamped back to the power supply and recycled. So it gets pumped back into the battery pack.
Looks like he's pushing a lot of amps to it, too. He's pulse.
And so we end up with roughly about 110 amp pulses in this little handheld unit.
Oh my
God.
Wait,
That'll kill you. That'll kill someone.
What kind of battery is that?
Well, no, that's on the primary circuit, because by the time it actually gets transformed to the secondary circuit, then you're ending up with a ratio of several thousand to 1 due to the fact that you're operating in resonance.
Decreasing on the output. It's not
right. Well, you're turning your current into potential on the output. That's effectively
he's sacrificing the amps for the high voltage.
Right.
How did that guy get flames out of a metal hinge? Was there gas underneath it?
Oh, you talking about the Electric Magic Wand video?
No, the video that's on right now. Just a second ago, it showed a metal hinge, but it was on fire, or it looked like it was on fire.
Oh, he's showing my Electric Magic Wand video. Okay, now I wasn't looking at the screen. I'm sorry. Yes, there was vapors on the. Yeah, so
Screw Electro Boom, we gotta play yours.
Yeah, this is my Magic Wand video. This it's just showing you like what this thing can actually do. So we go around with this thing, and it's always entertaining.
Hey, that's a great way to get rid of lice, you know.
Yeah. Well, it will do that too. Actually, so if your trash can stinks, you can just kind of pull the bag out and stick this thing inside. It'll produce ozone, and it'll sterilize the surface.
I wonder how insects react to that kind of field.
Yeah, so that's me there with the caveman hair. My hair is much longer now, but here we're destroying some toroidal rings.
Was that a smoke
vapor by?
Oh, is that what that is? Okay.
Yep. So we got these little toroidal smoke rings. We're blowing them to pieces. As soon as the electrostatic field touches them, the particles get charged and they fly apart by Coulomb forces.
You know, Stan Deo did this without any power. He used the diaphragm.
So that's the driving circuit. It's your basic Maselli ZVS, except for it's slightly modified. Okay. And so that's the entirety of what's inside the electric magic wand in the first version. Now, I've gotten a version now up to 3.0, so that's version 1.0. 3.0 has a full phase shifted driver inside of it, H-bridge configuration, and that thing can deliver 300 watts, which is significantly more than this. So what Wand 3.0 will do above and beyond this one here, and you can just see the power supply there, Arkin, what Wand 3.0 will do is actually generate a beam of current that comes pouring out the tip of the wand. And so if you've ever seen that, you know, that Harry Potter scene where, what's that guy's name? Dumbledore, I think it is. I'm not much of a, you know, not much of a huge fan of any particular series, but yeah, so Dumbledore pulls some memories out of his head with his magic wand, and there's like this beam. It looks like a thread of plasma that kind of comes out of the side of his temple. And so we can actually reduce that effect. And I was able to use Wand 3.0 to actually connect with my temple. Not to say that it pulled any memories out, of course, but it produces the same visual effect. And it's a real three-dimensional plasma that is roughly about 115 degrees Fahrenheit. It's an incredibly cold plasma considering the amount of luminosity it puts out. It's quite visible with the naked eye, even under lit conditions. And at about 300,000 volts, the acceleration potential for a negative output is sufficient in order to cause ions to generate a beam that can connect from one point to the other through the open air over a 6-inch gap. It's just incredible. The truth is that you could create a lasso at about maybe 2 megavolts that you could grab onto an object at a distance with a plasmatic beam, and then you could use AC to modify the stress in that beam and actually pull things with it, which we've also played around with a little bit. So yeah, you can use plasma to exert physical forces on external objects, physically pull them or push them.
Is the plasma hot enough to burn you?
What's that?
Is the plasma hot enough to burn you, or is it even
no?
colder
It
than
doesn't
that?
burn you. It rolls
Really?
over your skin. It feels warm. It's kind of
Huh.
like you placed your hand under running water, like under a hot running tap water thin stream.
Right.
And other than that, no, it's super strange. Now, if you get too close and you concentrate it down onto a very small point, it will get hot. But it tends to spread out due to the fact that the impedance of the atmosphere is so high. The arc will take a beam form and travel from the high voltage tip of the wand over towards your hand or your skin or whatever object it's touching. And then right at the surface, it'll tend to spread out almost like it forms a little cone. Kind of looks like a tube attached to the end of a suction cup. And so this glowing stream spreads out wide like a suction cup, and then it distributes itself across the surface, which is, again, one of the really weird things that extremely high voltage does. And this is only at 300 kV. Now, we've seen some really weird stuff at about 1 megavolt.
Is that at high frequency or is that DC?
That's DC.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
really.
I
know
thinking
that
the
was
same effect,
the
but-
most surprising part to me too. I didn't realize that DC high voltage would have these kinds of effects or form physical structures that would represent almost solid tubes or plasma beams. These were all surprises to me when we first stumbled across them, and that was many years ago.
Oh, you remember a while back when we did that experiment with the skin resistance?
Oh man, that was
Online?
a while ago. Yeah,
Yeah,
remind us
I
of
was
all the
just
details.
thinking. the cells probably have a breakdown voltage. That's probably why the 40 volts does it. And I was just remembered back when I did it when I was a kid, I did it like 1 inch apart. I did it 4 inches apart when I was doing that experiment. So since I got about 9K for 4 inches, that was about 1.5K per inch, maybe lower.
Wow.
I wonder if it matters if you're, when I did it, I don't know, I was like 12. I wonder if that matters too. Because I mean, your body, the younger you are, you probably have more water content.
Actually, the whole body conductivity phenomena is one of those things that's been documented by some of the strangest organizations. I'm trying to remember if it was Monroe Institute who did skin conductivity tests, or if it was also combinations of the CIA released papers. But they look for skin conductivity when grilling somebody under high stress situations, or when they're experiencing an induction experience. So somebody's
Monroe was also responsible for the hemisync science technology, working of the developing of the binaural beats into that. So that's fascinating in that I'm just wondering if those two are connected.
they're somewhat connected, but we're talking about something that's a little bit more fundamental here, which is the skin conductivity of a human being changes depending on the stress of the situation. It's more than just sweat glands opening up and releasing salty or alkali compounds or something like that. So the skin conductivity can increase for a number of reasons, and blood flow is one of them. There are other chemical reactions, but one of the interesting things that was noticed is the skin conductivity of people that are claimably psychic, or quote unquote tapping into something when they go into a meditative state. It increases to a significant degree where it's basically very conductive. I've got that. Geez, I hope I've got that right. I'm either completely right or I'm completely reversed on this. It's been such a long time since I watched the documentary. That was a combo between the Monroe Institute and a few other organizations. But no, they did test skin conductivity of people that were undergoing a quote-unquote psychic medium type of experience, or trying to channel. And the equipment measured EEG changes that went into the theta wave state, and measured a massive decrease in skin resistance, if I remember correctly. So I find that particularly interesting, and it's sort of like, when your skin becomes more conductive, you become less receptive to outside electromagnetic noise and more capable of transmitting in the longitudinal mode. And the reason for why is that other random waves are effectively eddy current shorted out in your skin circuit. So they don't penetrate the depths of your neurological tissues, and you have more autonomy in that moment to connect with whatever you're detecting subconsciously. Standale's videos are interesting.
I don't know where it came from,
yeah,
but I've seen several places where it said across your cell membrane, when your cells are charged up, it's the equivalent of like either 100,000 volts a meter or 1,000,000 volts a meter. I don't know which is correct, but I've read that a bunch of places.
Oh yeah,
That's really
each cell is
interesting.
like a quarter of a volt or something, or I'm sorry, 0.002 volts or something. But you have billions of them, and technically speaking, if they're all in series, you're
Well, just think though, for the distance, even if it's 100,000 volts per meter, that's you'd have an arc in the middle of the air if that was air.
Yeah,
no,
we're
100
talking
volts
about
per
this
meter is what
last
the
live.
atmosphere is. I'm talking about in the body.
Yeah, but in the body could create it in the atmosphere. We were talking about this last live. The human body's amazing.
This
your
is a few
skin
thousand
being
years
charged
with
while in a
100,000
certain
volts.
theta state, though, that directly actually does relate to the hemisync, and most likely you are correct, Jeremiah, that it would be Monroe to connecting that, and that essentially I'm just envisioning that if you're that charged, and then that's why salt water, I guess, in those solitary like booth things that people go in and are able to astral travel, right? It's like
not just that,
if you
it's
have
moving
your brain
charges.
in that one state and then your whole skin gets charged, would it then connect into well, the electrolyte that is the
Well,
salt water
right.
more?
So let's cover the whole saltwater sensory deprivation bath thing that you're referring to. People will go into a saltwater bath, and the reason for why salt water is used compared to just being pure water, tap water, distilled water, is because your body has mass, and they've got to balance out the salt density to the pure water density in soluble dissolved salts in order to get you basically floating neutral inside the tank. And so they tend to pick a pretty medium value, and they have different tanks with different mixtures depending on your body mass index that they can stick you in, so that you'll basically float inside. The whole idea of a sensory deprivation chamber is that once you go inside, you're not being exposed to the plethora of sensory stimulants that exist outside of yourself, like the sound of people talking or the obnoxious car horns or police sirens or any of that stuff. The lights.
Right. Well, that's
of
where
people
this
passing by.
hemisync or binaural beats directly fits into it. Is that what if you're then listening into just that music while in that state in the tank? Does it multiply the effects or the abilities even more so?
What happens is the music becomes the only thing that you're actually experiencing. All other senses are effectively nulled out. Even the sense of touch is pretty much neutralized by the fact that the water temperature is virtually equivalent to the anthropic exchange rate of your body's thermodynamic output. And so you're not really feeling like the water is warm or cold. You're not really feeling any kind of thermal inputs. So the only input then becomes the sound that you're listening to. And yes, when sound is the only thing that you can hear.
Is that why they do that?
For example, you've heard like people go into an anechoic chamber. It's a special chamber made of staggered pieces of wedge-shaped foam that absorb all sound waves. And in an anechoic chamber, there's no other external sound. You can't hear anybody else outside or anything from the world. But the strange thing is, when you remove all those sounds in the
Ben's
white
at it.
noise, you can hear your own heartbeat. You can hear the blood pumping through your ears
Ben got the
and
time
through the part
machine
of your
working.
body. And some people, the sound of their own heart pumping blood can be overwhelming.
Hey, has anybody tried the brain tuner where it directly stimulates your brain? It's not audio, it's actually electrical signal.
Haven't heard of it.
No.
Yeah, it's who is that? The guy that the root Take Back Your Power.
Ben, you're gonna open a poltergeist.
Or a portal.
You're gonna make a vortex.
Hey guys, this is awesome, but I gotta bail. Gotta get up early in the morning.
Fair
Thanks.
enough, Gerald. Thanks for joining in, brother.
Thanks for the discussion.
Check
And
you later, Gerald.
I'll email you, Nathan. Everybody, you guys have a great night.
You
Later, Gerald.
You too.
Good, Joe.
You too. Much love.
I think the guy that originally did it the most was the guy that wrote The Body Electric. Bob. It's either Bob Beck or Robert Beck. I keep getting this two. They both did similar research.
I think it's Bob Beck.
Yeah, one's Bob Beck and the other is Robert Beck. Well, one wrote The Body Electric and the other did the Brain Tuner, and also was talking about using electrolyzing your blood. And this was in a patent.
Bob Beck is the oscillator.
There was a hospital that patented it too, although they made it way more complicated with implanted electrodes. But the principle's the exact same thing. But just talking about the patent here, probably to be on the safe side with YouTube for animals. But you guys get the point. But the brain tuner, though, that was supposed to be able to produce different effects, like increasing your concentration or relaxation. Who knows what else? But that's what I was trying to find out. I was been thinking about building one similar, only combining optical stimulation with the binaural at the same time, and also either using both eyes either together or 180 degrees out phase, and even let you vary the phase between it and see if you might get very different effects out of that. And then also use an external magnetic field and electric field with electrodes applied, as an add-on to the effect. But I do one at a time and then combine them because, one of those things, and who knows where exactly you're, it's one thing to do the whole area with a magnetic field versus a very specific spot with the electrode. But I'm thinking that would probably be a great way to help bring back memories, maybe in people that like have Alzheimer's and stuff. But I was hoping to find somebody that might have had some actually experimented with one of these tools. Yeah, like the pulsed EMF.
So we're pulsing with the Schumann resonance right now, 7.83.
Very nice.
Is that one of those star coils?
PoE vortex coil. Peace on Earth coil, PoE coil for short. It's based off rodent geometries designed by the Nunezes.
There we go.
Ben's,
I'd like to see one of those magnetic
Ben's
field
in lab
detectors
discovery
doing
mode.
And the glass supposedly will amplify the aether energy.
Wait, that's what that sounds like?
That's the theory. And I've noticed that the neodymium sphere reacts a lot stronger in the glass compared to the plastic.
Can you say that again? It reacts stronger in the glass than what?
It seems to react stronger in the glass than the plastic. And it's not just the friction, like, it'll start wobbling stronger outside of the vortex rather than plastic where you have to get nearer the vortex for it to start wobbling.
Would a ceramic bearing make any difference?
You know what? I'm not sure. I've only
Welcome,
tested
Terry.
neodymium.
I'm sorry, I talked the same time you did. What'd you say?
Oh, I was just wondering if a ceramic bearing would be any different, like of
That's a good
effect.
point. Probably wouldn't spin, but
So I just lifted it up a little bit,
Nice.
and just that repositioning of the neodymium sphere was enough to give the energy or the system an energy boost. I guess I positioned it just too right, and the gain was too high, and it just shut down the system. So, but yeah, as you can see, like if you position it a certain way, you can get a lot of energy out. And I can light this circuit up in a minute.
that's spinning and vibrating, right? It's not just vibrating.
I believe so. It feels
Okay.
like it's vibrating. Like it feels
Yeah.
like when you pick it up, it feels like it's wobbling.
No, it's spinning.
Kind
But
of hard to tell on the camera,
It
but
can vibrate at other frequencies because if
It's-
you're
it's
going too
spinning,
fast,
but
it
you-
won't get up to. It won't be
Yeah.
able to get up to speed, and spin. You
It's
got to start off with a
spinning in
slow
the glass.
frequency to get it spinning.
But when you pick it up, it is wobbling. Like let me turn it back on.
Ben, start it at a slow frequency and gradually increase. You can't do that.
No, yeah.
is this a video or are you doing this right now?
Oh, this is live, Ben. This is
Oh.
Ben doing
Oh, okay.
going live.
You need a PWM on that.
Ooh, something just fried.
You should control the RPMs with a pulse width modulator.
Hold on, something just fried in my stereo.
Is the ball heating up?
Really?
No. Yeah, but I saw a spark in my stereo. Hold on. That's not good. I hope I didn't fry
Oh
something.
no!
Yeah, I
With-
smell it too.
The Schumann
Oh, no.
resonance.
Your stereo you're referring
This
to.
is live
Nice
science.
Wow.
Is that a
Oh,
disconnected
man.
piece? That
I
a
only
piece of
laugh
equipment
because
that's
I've been in
completely
those
separate?
shoes so many times, man.
Yeah.
So let me
I
ask a
smell
question. Is your stereo a piece of equipment that's completely separate from this circuit?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I really wanted to know.
Yes.
Well,
How
but
far
it's
away
still.
is
I can easily swap it out for any
But the thing is, he's
stereo
creating
receiver.
flybacks. I think. No.
How
So
far away
I
is the
can-
stereo?
I can easily swap it out for any stereo receiver. The reason why I have this one specifically is because I was trying to replicate an experiment. But since I already replicated it, oh wow, that smells. Since I already replicated it, I can
So the
just
stereo
swap this
puts
out
out
for a newer
5 volts
one.
AC, Jeremiah.
But yeah, it fried something overloaded.
Okay, yeah, the stereo's made for speaker windings with very thin gauge and a higher resistance.
Well, again, what I just asked him, Mike, was I asked Ben if the stereo was separate from the circuit, and he said yes. And so that means no, it wasn't putting out energy that was going into the circuit and then got a back EMF kick and got fried. It got fried by a field.
Yeah, so it's
Oh,
primary.
maybe.
is
Yeah,
the
no, you're
stereo.
right. You're right, because the circuit's not even active.
Is it an AC stereo? Is it a stereo that's plugged into the power line?
It's
Yes.
definitely fields.
So I was good thinking it might be capacitively coupled.
Yes, generally though, you wouldn't see that kind of capacitive coupling in a circuit like you wouldn't see that degree of power transfer. To get that level of power transfer and actually fry internal components,
right? Yeah.
The electromotive force that's being radiated from the transmission source has to be so strong that
Right,
it's
like
classically impossible.
Maybe
Well, hold on. That stereo receiver's got to be hooked to that circuit where you're getting the power from.
There's some weird things at times.
Like I said, though, classically impossible does not mean that it's actually impossible. That just means that the mainstream academic community believes, due to the mathematics being incorrect, that you can't do it. Now,
Then where's the power coming
the
from?
math isn't correct, right? So in reality, you can actually produce these types of pulsed electromotive force outputs.
The power is coming from the wall. And keep in mind that this outlet that I have in my apartment, the wiring is really old, so it might be an unstable signal to begin with.
No, I mean, where's the power to your circuit to drive that coil? Where's it coming from?
5 volts AC. The stereo is putting out 5 volts.
So
AC.
it is directly connected.
5 volts AC to its primary, which is isolated from the secondary.
Connected. The circuit's connected too, but it's in the wrong frequency to produce any power for the circuit. It's producing the field, like Jeremiah said.
So Ben, they asked you a question.
Bring up
They
the
wanted to
schematic,
know-
Ben.
Okay, just
You'll
hold on there, Mike. Hold on there. Ben, they asked you a question. Mike was specifically speculating on what kind of potential and current you're feeding your coil with. And so why don't you clarify what your power supply parameters are for us real quick and how you're actually driving that coil.
So the coil is being driven by the stereo amp receiver, which is plugged into the wall. So the stereo amp receiver is plugged in directly to the coil. So you got the coil plugged into the back of the stereo, which usually you would plug in a speaker set. So it's using speaker wire.
So it's a direct connection.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
So
5 volts AC.
He was asking about the back EMF going back into your receiver because of the direct connection.
Hold on, it's 5 volts AC, but it's a sound.
Well, let me
AC.
ask. Okay, so he could have, his plug in the wall stereo receiver could have up to 92 volts output, depending on what model it is. What are you running? What's your stereo receiver that you're using as your coil driver?
So this is an Insignia. Let me get you the model number. Hold on.
There you go. Yep, because that's going to tell us what we need to know.
R2001. So I believe it has a maximum output of like 60 volts, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's more than 50 watt amplifier there. That's like 150
okay, so here we go. Insignia R2001, 200 watt, 2-channel stereo receiver. It's got 3.7 out of 5 stars on Amazon. AM/FM tuner with 30 station presets. Includes 3 stereo audio, phono, and RF inputs and outputs, 2 stereo audio channels. Okay, so let's see. What is the mode of operation of this device? I'm wondering if this is a Class A, Class AB, or Class D amplifier. I'm going to just take a guess and say it's probably a Class D. But let's see. They don't actually seem to specify. The difference is Class D generates square wave outputs and depends on the impedance of a speaker coil to...
It's a square wave output.
Right, nullify the square wave into a step sine wave, or a modified sine wave, as it's also called in the inverter circuitry. But it could also be a Class A, which uses linear amplifiers. Don't
Hey,
know.
Ben, you got a fuse on that thing?
I thought Ben told me it was a square wave coming out of there.
Well, I'm using a laptop to pump the signal into the stereo amp receiver with a square wave. Yeah.
Oh.
So it's gonna approximate a square wave, and it's gonna have an audio output analog filter that probably cuts it off at roughly about 150 kilohertz. And so you can imagine that upwards of high frequencies, the edges of your square wave are going to be pretty well smoothed off. But that still doesn't stop it from getting huge back EMF impulses that it was not designed to handle.
That's exactly my theory.
the
That was
square
my
wave is a
feeling,
short
is
straight
that it
up
was
or-
getting all the back EMF and it couldn't handle it.
Right, you're not it puts out AC, but you're playing a square wave through it, so it's turning the AC to a square wave. Yeah. I mean, it generates AC or whatever signal you put into it.
Kind of the other way around. He's pumping a square wave input into it.
Yeah,
and
he's playing this. He's playing the square wave sound into it.
Yeah, he's pumping, and the square wave is getting converted into something that's closer to a sine wave.
Maybe. Yeah.
So it's a square wave of the Schumann resonance that you were pumping, correct?
It's got a
or no?
filter on it.
Then once you get that little handheld oscilloscope, put it on the output of that, signal you're generating to see what it actually looks like. If it really is a nice square wave or not.
Oh, I have a feeling Jeremiah's right. It's probably because that's what these things are usually designed to do, or at least some of them, is filter the audio signal. So that makes a lot of sense, and that would make sense why I might not be getting as much power output. But again, like when you're dealing with over unity systems, the extra power that's coming out of the output is going back into the system. So I had a feeling something like that was causing this to shut down, and then it just finally, I don't know if it was the capacitor that blew, or it didn't pop, it burnt, like maybe a resistor burned.
Did you have the knob turned up all the way?
It was turned up, so it's programmed to go up to 62 on the gain, but it was only up to 35, and I noticed that like it'll cut out in the system like a lot earlier than it's supposed to.
Well,
maybe you had a loose connection to one of the coils and you got a back EMF pulse.
Yeah, there's a number of because this is an old stereo. This is a used one off of eBay. So if I get a newer one, it should be a little bit more stable.
Hold on,
but,
you're rotating a magnet.
How are you gonna get a cheap one and have it put out 200 watts?
Hold on, Mike. As soon as you rotate that magnet, you're creating a field in the coil. If you're pushing a field into the coil, that means you're automatically going to get back EMF because of the rotating magnet, because you're inducing a magnetic field in the coil.
Right, so if I turn it up too much, it's just going to be too much for it. Yeah, that's probably what happened. It's just an old system, and it just blew finally.
If there's any kind of pulse in the system, there's going to be.
Well, there's kind of a difference, right? You've got BEMF, back electromotive force, right? And then you've got IEMF, which is induced electromotive force. So the magnet is going to be an IEMF, and that's going to be separate from your BEMF. So with these,
EMF is in the coil. It's not
right. That's going to come back in, and it's coming from space-time itself. Space-time is correcting the gauge factor, and in doing so, it has to pump all the signal that was put out to that coil back to the same point where it was generated. So it gets pumped right back into that same place. Actually, it's part of this principle that when you push this force, when you produce a magnetic field that didn't exist previously. So this is different than just turning or rotating a permanent magnet, but you produce a field from a coil, say, of copper wire that didn't exist previously, and when you pass current through that coil, now this magnetic field exists. Now space-time has to correct for that, so there's a wave that's generated, and it travels out from the
Beeren said something like that. He said that when you create a dipole, the rest of space-time has to move out of the way.
Right, so it's got to compensate to carry this field.
Is this essentially like how Tesla was did something that was like shaking his whole apartment building, and then like the block and stuff with building up and kept pulsing his device or his coil.
Well, Tesla used something called the displacement oscillator. Displacement means that it moved some physical mass or some physical charge from one place to the other cyclically. And so in his case, it was a mass, and it was connected to the framework of the building. He tuned that mass and the oscillation timing to specifically match the resonant frequency of the structure. And he got it tuned in just right. Well, the whole damn thing started to build up.
So that's completely different and was done.
Let me add to that resonant frequency of the structure thing. That correlates to the dimension of the structure and the dimension of the wave of the frequency.
Right, they have physical lengths. And
So if the building was
talking
30
about
feet
there
tall, the frequency needed to be 30 feet tall.
Right, so what Mike's
Yeah, the
what
angles
Mike's
and the
talking
volume.
about is
And
that
of course,
these
you know, the
wavelengths,
duty
they
cycle and all
correlate to
that.
the physical lengths of the structure. So what Mike's saying is that these wavelengths correlate to a specific dimension at a specific frequency. Sound waves move through, and mechanical waves are
It
sound
was a
waves.
low
effectively.
frequency, whatever he used,
Right,
because
they
the building
move
is a
through
low frequency.
materials at different rates. So a sound wave moves through air at a different speed than it moves through water, and a different speed that it moves through the steel beams of a building structure, like what Tesla connected to. And these wavelengths, when you match them, they build up a standing wave between one side or several nodes, either one single standing wave or a multitude of standing waves within the wavelength of the physical structure. It's going to travel slower, much, much, much slower than light. So you can build up several standing waves in a physical structure, even 3 stories or 5 stories tall. I've already tested this with sound waves and was able to shake an old 160-year-old building and get it resonating pretty hard.
Wow.
You really did that?
Well, that sucks, guys. I'm
So
sorry.
there was
I broke
nobody
my
in the
system.
building? Abandoned building?
So if you got that force strong enough, is that would it then be what breaks down the actual molecular matter itself to then do these like transmutations and like I guess breaking into
Well,
the
I guess the sensation was when we were running the experiment, it was sort of this overwhelming feeling of dread, like we are doing something very wrong here.
Well, yeah, you are.
Not be doing this. And
Watch
as
for
the
the
building
police.
is shaking, and we can hear the walls just jittering, and there's this sort of white noise, almost like
You
these
get caught doing
individual-
something like that, man. It's,
right. There's like these individual little parts are kind of jittering against each other, and we're thinking, we're not really sure how stable this structure is. We should probably stop. And we weren't sure how far the effect had spread, but that specific space that we were in.
why not do it on a car or something smaller?
Oh, so you can watch videos of that. Look at people that do audio amplitude competitions, and you've got these guys with like these 20
You're
systems and 50 kilowatt systems in their cars. I've seen some crazy high numbers just with the sheer amount of power in massive capacitor banks and battery banks that are all installed so that they can pump out audio. And the fact that a human being sits inside this car, I don't care how good your earplugs are. I mean, just the pressure on your lungs alone, it's shocking that that they've gotten somewhat attuned to it. But you can pretty much count on having to yell
Feels like
in
a
these
roller coaster ride.
ears at any other point in time because they're not going to be able to hear you.
I've seen it where they got the windshield wipers bouncing like 2 inches. It's like, damn. That can't be good for you.
if focused on a much smaller size but increase the energy like to a even higher point, do you suspect or think that you'd be able to like dematerialize matter itself or space-time with the standing waves and the resonant of it?
Well, Gabe would really love a answer to that one. Been asking for a while now. No, that's we have an affiliate that works on a really interesting project. He's attempting to dematerialize a paperclip, of all things. You know, your normal office steel paperclip. Because there was an experiment reported by this guy named Craig, and Craig apparently ran an experiment with a UHF loop TV antenna powered by an automotive timing light circuit that he took apart and modified. And he hung a paperclip directly center of this antenna. And I guess he had it turned correctly in orientation with Earth's geomagnetic field. And he ran some high frequency output from the timing light circuit, and reportedly, so that the paperclip started to glow bluish aura and then phased out of visible range, meaning that it appeared to completely vanish.
The paperclip glowed?
The paperclip glowed and then vanished.
Really?
Then he says he reversed the polarity to the input terminals and brought the damn thing back.
Operation Paperclip.
Wait. Do you mean the paperclip like glowed with like a corona, or the paperclip, the metal itself?
Operation.
He described the entire thing as being surrounded by a blue glow.
Like a corona discharge.
Sounds like a corona discharge to me.
Yeah. Well, guys, this was an amazing stream, but I gotta get going.
I'm
about
sorry your amp blew, Ben. We love you, and thank you for the live demo. And if anyone's got extra equipment out there, get a hold of Beneficence TV and send Ben a new amp.
Oh yeah. If anybody's got an extra stereo amp receiver, I just need any old one. I'll probably go to the pawn shop if I can't find one. But yeah, it was fun. I'm sorry I broke my system. I get sad when I break my toys, but that's what happens sometimes. I'll get it up again. But thanks, guys.
Have a good night, Ben.
Night, everybody.
Yeah, man, take it easy, and don't forget you can always replace your amp chip.
Yeah. All right, I appreciate it.
Just check the fuse on it, maybe.
Only costs you a couple of bucks.
Yeah. Oh yeah, open it. I was thinking about opening it up and just taking a look at what.
Dude,
fried
you have
is.
to.
Yeah.
If it's not
No
the
matter
fuse-
what, okay, no matter what, whether you get a new one or not, you have to open it up. And the reason for why is if you don't know what you blew out, you have no way to protect from it next time.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point.
different.
Well, we'll do that live on stream this weekend then. We'll do a live stream this weekend where we open it up and see what's going on then.
It's
Yeah,
better
if I
you
can-
open it
if
now
I can
because
see
you
it
can
well
smell
with
where
the-
it burned and find the area.
Oh, I know exactly where it burned, dude, because I seen the flash.
Yeah, nice. Okay. Yeah,
You know,
we
maybe
can
get a Daria
concentrate.
too, right
It
about
must have
12
sent
volts.
shockwaves down
So you
your.
can isolate it.
I don't know, man, but
And your,
yeah,
Just
we'll
grab yourself a
investigate.
little length of network cable because you might need it to replace the trace that just burned out.
Right. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate it. We'll take care of it this weekend.
Appreciate you, brother.
All right. Have a good night,
that
guys.
flyback is something.
Hey, for people like Mike experimenting with making drills and fields, and
Remember, if you like my content, please consider subscribing and hitting the like button on my videos. Comments and any form of engagement dramatically help us break through the YouTube algorithm. I also have a website with research on the Thunderstorm engine, plasmoid technology, and do-it-yourself guides for Malcolm Bendel's retrofit, courtesy of Jordan from Alchemical Science and the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. Check out my store for exclusive merchandise along with our forum, where you can post questions, share videos, and join in the community to help destigmatize all forms of forbidden knowledge. Don't forget to check out Jordan's channel Alchemical Science and Bob Greenier from the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project YouTube channel. They're on the cutting edge of cold fusion technology. More updates on that coming soon. Stay tuned for a new episode of The Social Situation, where I take you on a deep dive into the